The White Sox kick off their final homestand of the season at the top of the hour. Will this be Ozzy's swan song? We have the game for you on CSN Plus, which is CLTV in most areas. You can watch White Sox pregame live on CSN Plus right now. Meanwhile, the Cubs, they're on this channel at the top of the hour. The Canadian Cub, Ryan Dempster, takes the ball one last time this season. He'll look to hurt Albert Pujols and the Cardinals' chances of grabbing the NL wild card. We'll set the table for that game next on Sportsnet Central.
Everyone knows about our history. Of course, we all know about it.
This time, it's not just a rivalry, it's an NFC title game rematch.
We need to go out and grab it.
Could this be the last homestand for Ozzy as Sox skipper?
I'm tired of that all day, every day.
And we are live from the West Side for the Blackhawks' first home game of the preseason. It's anniversary time.
Oh, no! He drops the ball!
Watch Sportsnet Central. Here we go.
This is Sportsnet Central, presented by AT&T Uverse.
Kick things off this Friday night with a developing story. It is official. The NBA postponed training camps indefinitely, and they've canceled all preseason games scheduled from October 9th through October 15th because the league has yet to reach a new labor deal with the players. Not exactly the most positive news to start the weekend, but hey, welcome to the happy half-hour edition of Sportsnet Central, presented by AT&T Uverse. I am Pat Boyle. We'll get you ready for the Bears-Packers game in just a bit with the latest injury news from Hallis Hall. We start, though, with the Blackhawks' first home dress rehearsal against Alex Ovechkin and the Washington Capitals. Chris Bowden has your press pass from the United Center. Good evening, Chris.
Good evening, Pat. You know, usually when sod comes up, we are talking about the condition of the Soldier Field turf here in Chicago sports, but that's not the case right now, at least these days here at Blackhawks training camp. After David Taves and a handful of others were sent down to Rockford, Brandon Saad remains, and the Pittsburgh native who went home last night already has an NHL body, size, speed, and he doesn't turn 19 until next month. He was projected this time a year ago to be a high draft pick in this past June's selection draft. However, he slipped to the Blackhawks in the second round, but he has been very impressive so far in camp. He'll become the only Blackhawk in this camp to play all three games when they face Washington tonight at the United Center. And this is not to say he is going to make this roster, but the team is at least taking a closer look.
Whether it's reward, whether it's he's going to gain experience from it, but certainly sometimes your play is rewarded in our business, and we get a longer look at him as well. But a couple of kids went back earlier that didn't disappoint us, but at the same time he's got 3 games in tonight, and but every game's been good.
It's nice to play. I mean, I get my first game with Chicago here tonight besides the training camp game, so it's going to be exciting for sure.
Tell you anything? Just keep doing what you're doing?
Yeah, they haven't talked to me too much. Just keep it up and keep working hard.
And about the top rookies who may likely make this team, Smith, Kruger, and Salak if he wins the backup goaltending battle. Joined now by CSNChicago.com Blackhawks insider Tracy Myers. And while Saad tries to impress a bunch of others, it's a different dynamic this year. They're not relying on as many rookies to fill out this roster. A lot more veterans, but one rookie who stepped up last year, and that's Corey Crawford. He's probably been itching to go after Game 7 last year against Vancouver.
No, there's no doubt, and Corey's been kind of just going along, practices and scrimmages and stuff, but this will be his first game back behind the net, and probably will play the whole game. But yeah, he obviously wants to get in there, wants to see where he is. Obviously, you can only do so much testing against your own guys. You need to go against an opponent, so yeah, he's really looking forward to tonight's game.
And obviously, everyone wondering whether he can at least match what he did last year in his freshman year in the NHL. This is also a night where we're going to see a lot of veterans for the first time. Blackhawk veterans, Duncan Keith, Brent Seabrook, Nicholas Jarmelson, Dave Boland. Andrew Burnett will also be making his Blackhawks debut. Any one veteran in particular you're looking forward to watching tonight?
Well, I'm looking forward to them all, just because the first 2 games we saw a lot of the youngsters who are always fun to watch, but mainly Duncan Keith, because obviously he was the one who probably was the most over overworked player last year, just coming off the Cup, not having that time to train and rest like he deserved. And last year, I don't know if you'd say his game suffered, but you could tell he was tired, especially at the end. So no, he's had the summer off. Now he's had the rest. He got married, got some time to go travel, what have you, and then he came back and was able to train the way he wanted to. So, and it's showing so far in camp. He is fresh. He is ready. So I'd love to see him get out there and see what's going on tonight.
At least this morning's skate, one of the lines that was impressive the other night in Saskatoon, Jonathan Taves was centering for Victor Stalberg, and Rostislav Olesh, who was impressive in that first game in Saskatoon. It'll be interesting to see how he fares tonight, too.
Well, yeah, because he's the big question mark that we all had coming into this season. When they made that trade with Florida that sent Brian Campbell there and Olesh came here, he was coming off a major knee surgery about 6 months ago, but still, knee surgery. He's had a hernia operation a couple years ago. So he was a big question mark as far as how healthy would he be, what could he add to this team. Well, he showed early on. He's got some great skills. Taves was saying the other day, he's one of those European guys that you love to play with. He doesn't make a lot of mistakes. He knows how to handle the puck and everything. So, no, he's been pretty strong as of yet, and it's great for us to see because we really didn't know much coming in.
Alex Ovechkin is in the house tonight, but Troy Brouwer, the former Blackhawk, did not make this trip. No TV or radio, but we'll keep on top of it on Sportsnet Central afterwards and Twitter. Trey Myers at Trey Myers CSN and CSN Bowden. So we'll keep track of it and have highlights for you afterwards as well as reaction. For Tracy, I'm Chris. Pat, let's send it back to you in the studio.
All right, guys, thank you very much. We look forward to your reports after tonight's game. Meanwhile, the White Sox, they kick off their final homestand of the season at the top of the hour. Guess what topic Ozzie addressed in his pregame press conference? Wait for it. You got it, his job status. Same thing he's been asked about and answering the last several weeks. On tonight's installment, though, we have some role-playing. Ozzie was asked if he was Jerry Reinsdorf, would he give Ozzie a contract extension?
No, because I'm part of this group. Hey, wait a minute, Obama asked for extension. Well, I should ask for one. Obama asking right now for 4 more years. What I could. Yeah, I mean, I think you always knock the door to see what you get. All right? That's all you did. I don't say they have to or they don't. But my job is just make sure to ask. You know what I mean? Well, you go to date a girl, you're not going to ask her to go out with her, or you're just that good to say, okay, I'm here, come for me. You got to knock the door and see what's going on. But in the meanwhile, I don't really care what they think. I'm tired of that shit all day, every day. People everywhere I go, they ask me the same question, and they got mad at me because I answer. Right now, I'm in the point like, hey, man, whatever it is. Is I'm back here, good. Is I'm not, good. It's just that's the way it is. Whatever happened. Whatever happened to this organization is going to be for the good of the organization. It's not us. It's not Jerry. It's going to be the good for this organization, and that's the way it should be.
Have you had a chance to talk? I know when the thinking is you might talk with Jerry when you guys came back to town. Have you had a chance?
No, I talked to Jerry. Jerry might kick my butt, so I talk to him. You know what I mean? I decide inspector will talk to him. I hope it does. But I had to talk to him. He know how to talk to me. You know, he's my boss, and I respect that. He talk to me when he want to talk to me. He know what to talk to me when I want to talk to him. You know, he's not my kid. It's not my anything. It's just we see what happens.
We will see what happens. Yeah, he did make the Obama comparison. Interesting there. Here's a look at Ozzie's record during the second half of the season in his 8 seasons combined as the Southside skipper. He's had a lot of success in July and September. The Sox, though, have struggled in August. He's 14 games under 500 that month. As far as Ozzie's future with the organization, Kenny Williams would prefer not to have this spectacle play out in the media.
For my money, I think it's an always preferable way of conducting business. I would rather do it privately. Whether or not we have plans to sit down or when, where, how, what the ultimate result is going to be and all that, I think it's speculation that is dangerous and it's unnecessary. I would rather, now I know that it hasn't been exactly private, but I think everybody's better served if it is. It's just a more respectful way to do business.
One more reminder for you. You can see the Sox at the top of the hour. Comcast Sportsnet Plus, which is CLTV most viewing areas. CSN Plus on your cable provider. Log on to our website, csnchicago.com, and click channel information for more information. Or you can call tonight's producer at his desk as soon as this show's over. His name's Kevin Anderson. NFL's longest-running rivalry will be renewed this Sunday on the lakefront. Have the Bears got over the loss to the Packers in the NFC title game, or are they using that as motivation this week? Plus, Mike Quaddy and his squad hoping to play spoiler and knock the Cardinals' playoff hopes. The Hawks superstar Patrick Kane joined the Chuckle Fest known as Chicago Trivia Live tonight. He didn't do his Gene Shalit impression, but did update us on his wrist injury.
How many feathers do birds have?
Honey, I'm not sure, but look, I'm recording a bunch of animal shows so we can watch it tomorrow and find out.
Mom, what does your soft-kiss look like?
Let's look it up after school.
Here.
Thanks, Anita.
Ooh. Dad, did you know ostriches could run faster than horses and an alligator can live up to 100 years?
Answer pressing questions instantly. Get AT&T Uverse TV and high-speed internet for just $49 a month for 6 months. AT&T. Rethink possible.
The season's final 6 games, 2 games back of the Braves. The Giants are 4 back. The Braves, they get Steven Strasburg and the Nationals tonight while the Giants are in Arizona. So St. Louis has the Cubs this weekend. Then they travel to Houston to finish the campaign against the last place Astros. It's the 183rd meeting between the Bears and Packers this Sunday, but it was the last meeting back in January that was the biggest in this epic rivalry. We all know what happened on that day and what the Packers went on to do after they beat the Bears. So is Lovey's crew looking at payback this Sunday, or are they over it? And they're just looking at this as the first of 3 divisional games in the next month.
Forget the past. Look what they've done this year. It'll be a big challenge for our guys. Are pretty excited about it.
No matter what time of the season it is, the Bears and Packers are all too familiar with the priority and pressure that comes from winning each meeting. The NFC title game in January might still be a sour memory for the Bears, but as far as this Sunday is concerned, it's another chance to make history.
We felt like we played good enough to win that game on defense. We didn't. Obviously, we didn't make enough plays, but it's frustrating. We get to where you get almost to your goal, and then you just don't accomplish it. So, congrats to them. They got it done. We didn't, but we have a chance to maybe make up for it, this weekend. That won't be even close to the magnitude of that game.
We see them 2 to 3 times a year, coming in. I always thought this was a Super Bowl, so this is a big game. It has a lot of history behind us, and it's going to be a good battle.
If we're on the same page, no matter what happens, we're able to get through that down, and keep the offense from having big play on us. And that's something we've been working on is big plays. On defense, we're trying to make them grind it out, and trying to make them create that mistake so we can create a turnover and get the ball back to offense. So, with that, it all comes from communication.
Defensively didn't play the way that we need to play in order to win games, and obviously you've seen the result. So, going against the Packers, you really have to be disciplined.
So with the defense needing to regain its power, a stronger commitment to the running game, and the O-line's ability to protect Jay Cutler, Lovey also wants to see special teams get involved again and create more opportunities with big returns.
We haven't gotten any production from our return. I'm talking punt return, kickoff return, but with Devin Hester, with the greatest return of all time back there, it's just a matter of time, and hopefully it'll be this week.
Well, as expected, Gabe Carimi was officially ruled out for Sunday's game along with receiver Earl Bennett, Marion Barber, Chris Harris, Lance Lewis, Roy Williams, Major Wright. They're all questionable. If Harris and Wright can't go, Craig Stelz will start at strong safety, Brandon Merriweather at free. Meanwhile, the Packers have 3 players out, including Nick Collins, who's done for the year. 9 Packers listed as questionable, including stars like Clay Matthews, Charles Woodson, and Jermichael Finley. Bears will certainly need a better effort from their O-line if they hope to knock off the Pack. Not all 6 sacks from last week's game can be put on that young group, but while right tackle Gabe Carimi will be out for a while, Frank Omiel steps in. The Bears know that injuries have hurt the offensive line, but they're confident they can fix the issues for this Sunday's game.
Well, obviously we have to communicate better, and we have to get the job done. We have to block the guy in front of us, and it starts with us, and we're going to do a better job of that this week.
I mean, in an ideal world, of course, you want to go with, you want to get 5 offensive linemen in their position as soon as you can and let them grow together. but injuries are part of it. You set your roster up for that. I'm just glad that we had 2 good options in Chris Spencer first for Lance, and of course Frank Omiel for Gabe. So those guys are having, and for Frank, now to be able to get every rep and really prepare himself for a good defense coming in. So it's not an ideal world, but I mean, that's what we have right now. We're going to make the most of it.
We know you'll be watching the game, and as soon as it's over, flip on over to Comcast Sportsnet for the best Bears coverage anywhere. We'll bring you Jay Cutler and Lovey's post-game comments live, plus an all-pro panel. Jim Miller, Howard Griffith, Dan Jiggets, they join me to break it all down. We'll answer your emails live during the show. Join us on CSNChicago.com during the game for a live web chat. That's Sunday and after every Bears game on CSN and CSNChicago.com. From one rivalry to another, one of Major League Soccer's most intense rivalries will be renewed this Sunday when the New England Revolution travels to Chicago for an Eastern Conference clash with the Fire. The Revs are winless in their last 9 meetings against the Men in Red, but the Fire know they still should be in for a battle.
This is a big rivalry for us for many years, and for them, if it's one game that they look at in the calendar of a team that they want to beat, is the Fire. So we don't underestimate any team, especially them, and there's a lot on the line because it's do or die. I would say for both of us, we need to win. They also need to win, so it's a difficult match, and one that we have to be ready. Both that it's going to be a physical game.
So must win for Frankie's crew. Brian Kelly's team coming off a must win. He weighs in on his team's mental toughness as they look to build on last week's victory and then make their way to Pittsburgh. And we go back in the time machine for one of the most memorable Ron Santo groans/calls. Keep it here.
The leaves are falling, and so are prices at Four Seasons. Get ready for winter with a new furnace from just $17.95 installed. Furnace and AC combos from just $36.95. And save over $2,000 in rebates and energy tax credits. Plus, enjoy 4 years interest-free financing. We'll beat any competitor's price by up to $500. Guaranteed.
For all the right reasons, call 866-4 Seasons.
Wingstop, the wing experts.
Go, 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 go!
Today, 400 it's kill, 100 or be killed.
What are you doing? Let me get my watch back.
Killer Elite, rated R, starts today.
It's Max Matson Mitsubishi's real clearance sales event, and it's your chance to buy a new, well-equipped Lancer ES CDT for only $13,999 that gets 33 miles per gallon highway, or lease a new Outlander Sport for only $249 per month that gets 31 miles per gallon highway. Plus, during the real clearance, there's 0% APR financing on every new 2011 Mitsubishi, or cashback and discounts totaling from $2,500 to $6,000. Max Matson Mitsubishi's real clearance sales event in Downers Grove and Aurora.
Now's the time to recarpet your entire house. It's Empire's whole house sale. Buy 2 rooms of carpet and get the rest of your rooms free. We're talking whole house. Shop at home for leading brands like Shaw and Stainmaster. Get professional installation. And right now, buy 2 rooms and get the rest free with no interest till 2013. Don't miss our whole house sale. Buy 2 rooms, get the rest free.
800-588-2300 Empire.
Today.
Patrick Kane will not be in the Blackhawks lineup tonight when they take on Washington as they play their first home preseason game. 88 continues to take it slow following wrist surgery on his left hand. Kaner appeared on Chicago Tribune Live tonight and said that he hopes to play in the preseason.
nice to play some preseason games and kind of get in there and get a feel for the game action and get up to game speed and shape. So I'm hoping to play the last maybe 2 or 3 games. I go to the doctor Monday, and then hopefully I get cleared from there and can start contact and different things like that. So, but like you said, you don't want to rush it and put yourself in too early where you hurt it again or make it even worse. So we'll take it day by day, see how it goes.
To college football now, and the Fighting Irish play their earliest game of the season tomorrow in Pittsburgh at 11 a.m. Central Time. Notre Dame coming off a huge must-win game against Michigan State where ND dominated start to finish. Brian Kelly credits the mental toughness of his team to shut out the distractions and get their first win of the year. And he says that ability comes from how the players conduct themselves on and off the field.
About that mental toughness. You know, it's the attention to detail in their locker room, in their life. It's how they go to practice every day. You know, you're building on that. When we're in stretch lines, shirts are tucked in. We have a no hat and earring policy around here. There's a discipline to that. I think all of those things are the consistency and approach that helps build that mental toughness, that discipline. And then you get what you demand relative to physical toughness. You get what you demand, and we demand a physical toughness from our football players.
We should get a no hat, no earring policy around here. Glenn, are you listening? Where are you? A few news and notes from the sports world. Former Major League pitcher Denny McLain arrested in Port Huron after border authorities discovered he had an outstanding warrant. Twins Denard Span and Danny Valencia are both out of the lineup for tonight's game after Span rear-ended Valencia in a minor traffic accident on Thursday. Eagles quarterback Michael Vick practiced for the second straight day, and he will play in the Eagles' home opener Sunday against the Giants. We're back to wrap up Sportsnet Central after this.
Gotta train more. Wait for me. Wait for me. You're killing me, Howard. How much more of this? Man, the way you train, you can probably eat whatever you want.
You gotta eat right. Egg white and cheese with Black Forest ham on flat bread.
Subway helps Ryan Howard go long with the high-protein breakfast he loves and his favorite Mega Tasty subs.
Subway, the official training restaurant of Ryan Howard and athletes everywhere.
Tonight, Starlin Castro goes for his 200th hit as the Cubs look to play the spoiler against the Cardinals. Don't miss a division rivalry driven by Mazda. Cubs-Cardinals, tonight at 7 on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend. Show your team pride. Submit your picture for the CSN Chicago Fan of the Week, presented by KFC and Taco Bell. Visit CSN on Facebook and post your picture to win gift certificates from Taco Bell and KFC. And be the CSN Fan of the Week. All football.
CSNChicago.com.
Total Chicago baseball coverage online.
In this point, I look at one day at a time, and everybody should look at it that way. I look at it that way no matter what.
The most blogs and insiders, and everything outside the box score.
The things you've done in the cage and the things you're doing out here in batting practice, and you carry that over into the game, that's what's going to bring us success.
Go to CSNChicago.com.
CSN Chicago.
Jeff Jenkins fly ball to left, and Brown drops the ball. The Brewers won the game 8-7. Cubs eventually won the wild card in a one-game playoff against the Giants. In case you were wondering, where is Brant Brown these days? He is the hitting coach of the Frisco Rough Riders, the AA affiliate of the Rangers. Is that what I'm told? How about that? That's where Brown is. That's all the time we have. Thanks for watching this edition of Sportsnet Central presented by AT&T Uverse. Cubs baseball coming your way next from St. Louis. We'll see you after the game.
Sportsnet Central on Comcast Sportsnet is presented to you by AT&T Uverse.
Okay, kids, our cable will let us record one more show. Who should get it?
I really love Jennifer.
Yeah, she's great. Kyle's got that thick head of hair.
And that should be rewarded.
Okay, moment of truth. On 3, say which kid you love the most.
Ooh, fun, yeah.
1, 2, 3, Jennifer.
Whoa.
Wow. Ah, she's so pretty.
Yeah.
Or we give it to Kyle. It's really all he's got.
Switch to AT&T Uverse and record 4 shows all at the same time. Just $29 a month for 6 months. AT&T.
Couldn't get a
Can now.
Your friend told you they love their pilot. You read about how reliable Hondas are, and still, you waited. What if I told you the Odyssey was a 2011 top safety pick? Or that Kelley Blue Book rated the CR-V highest resale value, and you can get a great deal on all three. Still not convinced? Well, that's when you go from shrewd consumer guy to weird moon landing denier guy. Don't be that guy. Come see the wide selection and great offers at your Honda dealer today.
The home side is something going on across.
Some watch simply for the love of the game.
I'm the big guy.
Others seek out the best players or the biggest matchups and wait for the unpredictable outcome. But for most fans, it's about experiencing every magic moment live as it happens, one history-making play at a time. Switch to Xfinity and get TV, phone, and internet for just $99 a month for 12 months, plus an HD DVR free for 3 months. Call 1-800-XFINITY today.
Join Menards this week in saluting our American-made products with Menards Made in the USA sale. Protect your vehicle with Twinco Romax products. Proudly made in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, RV Plus antifreeze protects down to -50 degrees. Only $2.74 a gallon. Manufactured in Groveport, Ohio, Water Boss water softeners provide clean, soft water. The new Pro Plus model removes hardness and chlorine from well and city water. Just $499.
Save big money at Menards.
Southwest makes the call.
What's the call?
I've got unnecessary bag fees.
Guys, I'm just driving.
Do I penalize for each bag fee? I would.
$120 round trip in bag fees?
Man, that's a low blow.
Guys, I gotta get going here.
Hey, you want me to throw you off the tarmac? Bags fly free. Southwest Airlines. It's the right call.
We greet you from Busch Stadium in St. Louis, Missouri on a cool and clear night for Chicago Cubs baseball here on Comcast Sportsnet. The Cubs look for their 70th win of the season as they try to spoil the party for the St. Louis Cardinals. 6 games to go. Let's check in on the wild card standings. The Cardinals have won 12 of their last 15, but a devastating loss. They gave up 6 in the 9th yesterday to the Mets, so they're 2 games back of the Atlanta Braves. Hi again, everyone. Bob Brenly and Len Casper with you. We've talked about how hot the Cardinals have been, but Bob, yesterday they had a 6-2 lead in the 9th. They've got a bullpen that's very tired. They gave up 6 runs, and that could be not the final nail in the coffin, but pretty close.
Well, I think tonight's game will determine whether it's the final nail in the coffin or not. Those are the tough losses to bounce back from when you have a victory in hand and blow it the way the Cardinals did last night. So I think the way they bounce back tonight or don't bounce back will go a long way towards their chances of winning that wild card.
This has not been an easy place for the Cubs to play this season. They've gone just 1-5 through the first 6 games here in St. Louis, and they'll certainly have to stop Albert Pujols, who's killed them this year.
Boy, Albert, he's killed a lot of teams this year, but especially the Cubs. You may remember a series earlier this year. They had opportunities to possibly pitch around him, and he made the Cubs pay. I don't think you'll see him pitch to in a situation with a base open.
And Starlin Castro's the guy that opponents need to stop. He has 199 hits on the year, so he's right on the verge of history.
Well, you know, I give a lot of props to Starlin Castro. He's sitting on 199. He had that final at bat at Wrigley Field, ran the count to 3-0. He took a called strike. Would have been very easy to swing at that pitch, but he knew that was not the right thing to do with a 6-run lead. The 3-1 pitch, however, was close enough to swing at, but he took it for ball 4, took his base on balls, realized he had 6 games left to get number 200.
And we should note each team with one of its best hitters not in the lineup tonight. Matt Holliday has an injured right hand. It sounds like he might be able to pinch hit. In terms of the Cubs, Aramis Ramirez, he might not play at all this weekend because of the quad.
Yeah, I mean, he didn't even leave the clubhouse today. As the team came out to take batting practice, he stayed inside to continue to get treatments, hopefully to be able to get back on the field sometime soon.
Well, there are 6 games to go, 5 starters, so one guy will get 2 starts, everybody else with 1 left, and the guy who gets 2 is Ryan Dempster. He'll try to get to 200 innings.
Well, you'd love to see Ryan get to 200 innings. That's a huge milestone for a pitcher, and I think it would be the 5th straight year for Ryan if he's able to get to 200 wins. Key for him is always the first inning of his ball games. He's given up 33 first-inning runs in 32 starts this year.
Yeah, he hasn't won since mid-August. And Chris Carpenter, I think in a lot of ways, has had a very similar season to Albert Pujols. Slow start, but he's back to the old Chris Carpenter.
You could say the Cardinals' fortunes turned around when Chris Carpenter's season turned around. Through his first 14 starts this year, he was 1-7 with an ERA of nearly 4.5. You can see over his last 17 games, he has pitched like an ace.
So we'll set it up for the Cardinals. The math works like this. They have 6 left. The Braves have 6 left. Their elimination number is 5. That's a combination of Braves wins and Cardinal losses, and the Cubs would certainly like to get them closer to that number this weekend. Coming up, Cubs and Cardinals renew acquaintances here in St. Louis. We'll have the first pitch and all the action after a studio update coming up.
Why'd we switch to US Cellular? Because my mom said our last wireless company cost too much. So we switched. She says we're saving over $1,000 a year. You can do a lot of cool things with $1,000. And we still get all the good stuff.
Mom's a genius. Wow.
Now get this Android-powered Samsung Gem for only a penny. Just switch to US Cellular and be with the happiest customers in wireless.
These obstacles are a challenge for any driver. But for the driver of a Lexus IS 250, the real challenge is doing it backwards. This is class-leading turning radius. This is precision you can feel. This is the Lexus IS. See your Chicago area and Northwest Indiana Lexus dealer.
We will experience a 30-minute delay. Thank you for your patience.
When you just can't wait for Rocky Mountain cold refreshment, there's always a light at the end of the tunnel. Frost Brewed Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer.
Every weeknight at 5:30, only one show covers Chicago sports the right way. Chicago Tribune Live. Join host David Kaplan in a nightly roundtable with Chicago's biggest sports stars, celebrities, and journalists as they tackle every angle of the sports world.
Ozzy's a player's manager. One of the best I've ever seen.
Oh, you're hitting me with these questions, Captain.
That's it.
It's been a while. This is my first time in the studio, and you're nailing me on the spot.
Chicago Tribune Live, presented by Captain Morgan. Weeknights at 5:30 on Comcast Sportsnet.
How you doing, everyone? Pat Boyle back in our downtown Chicago studios. Get you back to St. Louis in just a bit. But first, a look at a huge Week 3 game in the NFL that you may have heard of. It's the 183rd meeting between the Bears and Packers, but it was the last meeting back in January that was the biggest in this epic rivalry. We all know what happened in that game and what the Packers went on to do after they beat the Bears. So is Lovey's crew looking at payback this Sunday, or is it just the first of 3 divisional games over the next month?
Forget the past. Look what they've done this year. It'll be a big challenge for our guys. Are pretty excited about it.
No matter what time of the season it is, the Bears and Packers are all too familiar with the priority and pressure that comes from winning each meeting. The NFC title game in January might still be a sour memory for the Bears, but as far as this Sunday is concerned, it's another chance to make history.
We felt like we played good enough to win that game on defense. You know, we didn't. Obviously, we didn't make enough plays, but it's frustrating. You know, we get to where you get almost to your goal, and then you just don't accomplish it. So, congrats to them. They got it done. We didn't, but we have a chance to maybe make up for it, this weekend. That won't be even close to the magnitude of that game.
We see them 2 to 3 times a year, coming in. I always thought this was a Super Bowl, so this is a big game. It has a lot of history behind us, and it's going to be a good battle.
If we're on the same page, no matter what happens, we're able to get through that down, and keep the offense from having big play on us. And that's something we've been working on is big plays. On defense, we're trying to make them grind it out, and try to make them create that mistake so we can create a turnover and get the ball back to offense. So, with that, it all comes from communication.
Defensively didn't play the way that we need to play in order to win games, and obviously you've seen the result. So, going against the Packers, you really have to be disciplined.
So with the defense needing to regain its power, a stronger commitment to the running game, and the O-line's ability to protect Jay Cutler, Lovie also wants to see special teams get involved again and create more opportunities with big returns.
We haven't gotten any production from our return. I'm talking punt return, kickoff return, but with Devin Hester, with the greatest return of all time back there, it's just a matter of time, and hopefully it'll be this week.
Here's the injury report. As expected, Gabe Karimi officially ruled out for Sunday's game, along with Earl Bennett, Marion Barber, Chris Harris, Lance Lewis, Roy Williams, and Major Wright are all questionable. If Harris and Wright can't go, Craig Steltz will start at strong safety, and Brandon Merriweather at free. Meanwhile, the Packers have 3 players out, including Nick Collins, who's done for the year. 9 Packers listed as questionable, including stars like Clay Matthews, Charles Woodson, and Jermichael Finley. The very second that game ends, flip on over to Comcast Sportsnet for the best Bears coverage anywhere. We'll bring in Jay Cutler and Lovie's postgame comments live, plus an all-pro panel. Jim Miller, Dan Jigga, Tower Griffin, they join me to break it all down. We'll answer your emails live during the show. Join us on CSNChicago.com for a little web chat. It's Sunday and after every single Bears game, only on Comcast Sportsnet and CSNChicago.com. We'll have more on the Bears tonight on Sportsnet Central after Cubs postgame live. But up next, it is Cubs baseball with Len and Bob. Enjoy the game, everybody.
The Suzuki Kizashi can out-handle a Mercedes C300 and is safer than a Volvo S40. And what's really impressive is J.D. Power just ranked the Suzuki Kizashi most appealing midsize car. Suzuki, the power of engineering.
Right now, you can feed 4 or more for only $20 at KFC. Get 10 pieces of your favorite chicken plus 3 large sides and 6 biscuits. It's the KFC 10-piece feast. Feeds 4 or more for only $20. Today tastes so good.
Right now at Luna, get 70% off all floors. Plus, get $200 off by scheduling your free estimate at Luna.com. There's more to love for less.
773-202 Luna.
That's awesome. You can read that.
The AccuFit digital system, exclusively at LensCrafters, is about 5 times more precise than manual measurement techniques. LensCrafters.
GMC Truck Month. For all those times when it's just you and your trailer. For all those times when the job demands that you stay connected. For those times when nothing comes between you and the game. We offer our best Sierra ever. During GMC Truck Month, get 0% financing for 60 months, plus $1,000 cash allowance on Sierra, plus 1 year of SiriusXM satellite radio, including every NFL game.
Whatever happened to conversation? I mean, when was the last time you said to a friend, hey, let's go for a drink? I really want to text with you. $1,800 tequila.
Mark.
Welcome to Midas.
I'm Claire. My car's making a funny noise.
All right, let's have a look at it. So, how'd you hear about us?
Mark at Midas.
When you treat people right, word gets around.
Oh, you know. You hear things.
Midas. Total car care, total customer care.
The Suzuki Kizashi can out-handle a Mercedes C300 and is safer than a Volvo S40. And what's really impressive is you can now get 0% financing on a new Kizashi. Suzuki, the power of engineering.
Cubs baseball on Comcast Sportsnet is brought to you in part by your Chicago area and Northwest Indiana Lexus dealer, who invites you to test drive a Lexus today. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois. Blue Cross Blue Shield of Illinois. 75 years being right here in Illinois means no one's closer to your wellness. Experience wellness everywhere. Subway. Every day at Subway, choose from many delicious regular foot-long subs for just $5. Subway. Eat fresh. Honda. Visit your local Honda dealer today or go to shophonda.com and find great values on a new Honda. AT&T Uverse. Find out more of what's possible at att.com. AT&T. Rethink possible. And by Southwest Airlines. Find our fares online only at southwest.com.
Welcome back to Busch Stadium. The Cardinals finish up their home schedule this weekend. They'll finish the season at Houston. And the Cubs will go to San Diego on Monday night for 3 to finish up their season as well. So the Cardinals take the field behind right-hander Chris Carpenter. Let's look in on the Cubs Southwest starting lineup. Written out by manager Mike Quade. There's Castro with his 199 hits at the top. Darwin Barney. Brian LaHare's in right and batting third in front of Carlos Pena. That's because Aramis Ramirez is out. You see Soriano. Good numbers against Chris Carpenter. Marlon Byrd in center. DJ LeMahieu in for Aramis with Hill and Dempster making up the battery.
Take a look at the Cardinals defensively tonight. It'll be Schumacher, Jay, and Berkman across the outfield, left to right. David Freese at third base. Nick Punto filling in for Rafael Furcal at shortstop. Furcal's had trouble catching the ball lately. Former Cub Ryan Theriot at second base. Big Albert Pujols at first base. Yadier Molina doing the catching tonight for right-hander Chris Carpenter. Chris Carpenter, the National League Cy Young winner in 05, the first Cardinal Cy Young winner since Bob Gibson. He documented his turnaround this season. You see his arsenal of pitches available. Fastball, slider, curveball, and an occasional changeup. Unlike Ryan Dempster, he's been very good in the first inning of ball games that he's pitched this year. In his 32 starts before tonight, he's given up only 11 first inning runs, only 1 home run in the first inning this season.
And now the umpires. The crew chief is Gary Cedarstrom, and he'll call the balls and strikes. Lance Barksdale, Adrian Johnson, and Field and Culbreth around the bases. Now the Cardinals are still technically alive, not only in the wild card race, but the division race as well. But the Brewers' magic number's down to 2. So if the Cubs can beat the Cardinals tonight and Milwaukee beats Florida, the Brewers can clinch tonight. And they're just underway in Milwaukee, scoreless in the top of the first.
The Florida-Milwaukee game tonight. Chris Volstad going for the Marlins against Giovanni Gallardo, who's looking for his 18th victory of the season.
We are underway as Castro fouls it off. Our Menards big lumbers stat. Castro leads the National League, but 3 American League hitters have already reached 200 hits. Adrian Gonzalez, Michael Young, and Jacoby Ellsbury. And there it is, number 200 for Starlin Castro. Congratulations, the youngest Cub ever with a 200-hit season. And he's getting a lot of applause from his own dugout.
Smattering of Cubs jerseys and blue jackets here at Busch Stadium tonight, also giving Starlin Castro a huge round of applause. That could be labeled a typical Starlin Castro hit. He didn't get all of it, but he got the big part of the barrel of the bat on the ball. Little soft liner into center field. Congratulations to young Starlin Castro.
It was just a matter of time, and as you mentioned in the open, he actually walked in his final plate appearance on Wednesday, but promptly singles into center on the second pitch tonight. And I have a feeling there are a lot of people who are cheering in other places in the world tonight. People like Oneri Fleta, former Cubs GM Jim Hendry, and the guy who signed him, Jose Serra, the guy who suggested him, area scout Jose Esteves, all can feel good that they can take part in what has occurred this season for Starlin Castro. So the youngest Cub to get to that milestone, the only shortstop in Cubs history to have 200 hits. He's the 5th major league player since 1940 with at least 200 hits at 21 or younger. In the modern era, which began in 1900, he's the 10th player with 200 hits in a season at 21 or younger. And that list is pretty impressive. I won't give you the whole list, but it includes some Hall of Famers. Guys named Kaline and Cobb and Wainer and DiMaggio.
Don't need to hear the rest of the list. That's pretty impressive.
Yep. There's a topper, and Barney will be thrown out by David Freese. That's the first out as Castro's now in scoring position. Here's Brian LaHare, who's playing right.
The thing about Starlin Castro, with 5 games and 8 innings left to play this season, the way he's racked up multi-hit games, he's not going to stop at 200.
Swing and a miss. Carpenter's 36. Been an All-Star 3 times. Won the Cy Young in 2005. Came up in the Blue Jays organization. He was drafted way back in 1993 out of Manchester, New Hampshire. And he's faced the Cubs a lot. This is his 25th career start against the Cubs, and he made his debut 14 years ago with Toronto, 1997. Rocketed foul. Are you ready for this? It's 60 degrees, and we're in St. Louis.
It feels colder than that. A few brief rain showers this afternoon really cooled things off.
Carpenter's over 500 for the first time this year as he brings up Brian LaHare on a fastball on the outside edge. 2 down.
Our Corona Extra pitch tracks. This is something Brian LaHare is going to have to protect against, trying to guess with a pitcher with 2 strikes. It's the second time in the last week that he's taken a fastball right down the middle of the plate on a 2-strike count.
Carlos Pena with Castro at second. Cut and a miss.
Let's see if that's a pattern that continues. Both Brian LaHare and Carlos Pena, dangerous left-handed hitters. Carpenter started him with a hard slider down and in. Both guys probably looking first pitch fastball. They see a relatively fast pitch headed toward the strike zone, and at the last minute it just drops down and in out of the zone.
I think Pena got something else. It was a fastball, but it looked like he was fooled on that pitch. How do you get fooled on a fastball?
You're asking the wrong guy. I got fooled by everything.
Maybe it was more about location.
Yeah, I think so. That pitch kind of sailed up and in. A little bit of a cutting action on that fastball in the low 90s.
Inside. 1-2. Back here early tomorrow, noon start, and then 1:15 on Sunday. We'll have game 3 Sunday afternoon here on CSN. Rodrigo Lopez and Kyle Loesch tomorrow. Randy Wells and Edwin Jackson in the finale. Yadier Molina is very good at framing pitches. We've got kind of an interesting story about catchers buying strikes for their pitchers a little later, but he's one of the best.
Well, unlike the hitter, the catcher knows what's coming. He knows the kind of movement that each individual pitch should have. And ideally, a good catcher, I talk about it all the time, you get outside the baseball that's going to be on the corners of the plate, so as you're receiving it, your motion is back toward the strike zone. You're more likely to get those borderline pitches than a catcher that waits until the last instant, jabs at the ball, and pushes it further out of the strike zone.
Looks like a fairly calm night. Wind not doing a whole lot. We were overcast earlier, but the skies really cleared up right around game time. Molina moving inside, and that's where the pitch is. 3-2 with Alfonso Soriano on deck. Carpenter's been a workhorse. Over 221 innings going into action tonight. Puts him in the top 4 in the National League. And they needed him to be that with Adam Wainwright missing the season after Tommy John surgery. Ball 4. So after an 0-2 start, Carpenter walks Pena. And here comes Soriano. Well, every walk counts at this point for Pena. That's 95 on the year as he nears 100.
See the season numbers for Alfonso Soriano. I believe you mentioned it earlier. He's got good career numbers against Chris Carpenter. 14 for 45. That's a .311 batting average with a couple of home runs. And watching the Cubs batting practice today, Soriano had one of his better rounds of the year. It doesn't always translate into game action, but he was really swinging the bat well, waiting a long time, even in batting practice, and then exploding on the ball once it got into the hitting zone.
Into right. Berkman coming way over, and it's going to drop untouched, foul. One thing here in this fairly new ballpark, and I think Philadelphia might be another place like this, Target Field in Minneapolis, and it's not the case in most ballparks. The center field camera, the wide shot that we use for the pitches, is usually a little off center, a little bit to the right normally, but here it is perfectly centered. You get a really good look at the strike zone and the movement of all the pitches,
and where the catcher sets up in anticipation of those pitches.
Yeah, that off center look can sometimes be slightly deceiving on a pitch that may look like it catches a corner. And I think the key here is that the camera is actually above the batter's eye. Fastball a little bit outside, 1-2. Pretty good spot. And he got him on a slider off the outside corner. The Cubs strand 2, but history made as Starlin Castro led off the game with his 200th hit of the season. Cardinals are coming up.
Southwest makes the call.
What's the call?
I've got unnecessary bag fees.
Guys, I'm just driving.
Do I penalize for each bag fee? I would.
$120 round trip in bag fees?
Man, that's a low blow.
Guys, I gotta get going here.
Hey, you want me to throw you off the tarmac? Bags fly free. Southwest Airlines. It's the right call.
Came back strong. We got the W, and, well, we whipped them. We whipped them.
Sold out for whipping cream. Sponsorship should be for folks living the high life like y'all, not that food.
Get sponsored at MillerHighLife.com. Right now at Subway restaurants, you can get a super deal on a super meal with our $5 Super Combo. That's any regular 6-inch sandwich plus today's soup for only $5, but only for a limited time. Subway, eat fresh.
The home side is simply going now.
Some watch simply for the love of the game.
The big guy.
Others seek out the best players or the biggest matchups and wait for the unpredictable outcome. But for most fans, it's about experiencing every magic moment live as it happens, one history-making play at a time. Switch to Xfinity and get TV, phone, and internet for just $99 a month for 12 months, plus an HD DVR free for 3 months. Call 1-800-XFINITY today.
Okay. Now the Cardinals Southwest starting lineup. They're trying to bounce back after a very tough loss yesterday. John Jay with his team-high 154th game this season. Nick Punto at short. In for Rafael Furcal, who made a key error in the ninth yesterday. Pujols, Berkman, Freese, Yadier Molina putting together a fantastic offensive season. Skip Schumacher kills Ryan Dempster. That's why he's in there. And Ryan Theriot, the former Cub, with Chris Carpenter, the pitcher.
Take a look at the Cubs' degree defense tonight. Soriano in left, Bird in center, Lahair over in right field. It'll be LeMahieu, Castro, Barney, and Pena across the infield with the Ramos Ramirez out of the lineup. Coy Hill doing the catching tonight for our Lexus pursuing perfection starting pitcher, right-hander Ryan Dempster. And a real key number for Ryan right there, the innings pitched, standing at 190 2/3 on the season. Would love to get to that 200 innings pitched mark on the season. And as I mentioned earlier, the key for Ryan is always that first inning. Unlike Chris Carpenter, who I mentioned had given up only 11 first inning runs and 1 home run, Ryan Dempster's given up 33 first inning runs and 7 homers.
Well, Starlin Castro came into the game with 199 hits, and Ryan Dempster has allowed that many as he faces John Jay, the center fielder. Jay coming in at an even 300. Switch hitting shortstop Nick Punto, and then Big Albert. Jay's the man in center after the trade of Colby Rasmus to the Toronto Blue Jays. That's low. Dempster will finish under 500 this season. He's trying to avoid setting a new career high in losses. Also lost 13 back in 2002. Dempster has a sign from Hill. It bounced out in front of home plate to fill it up at 3-2.
Jay has not had a great homestand. He 1 for 9. However, on the season, he does have 17 infield hits. He's one of those guys a little in the mold of Tony Campana. Not quite as fast as Tony Campana, but you cannot afford to mishandle that ball if he puts it in play on the ground to the infield.
And a leadoff walk. That's how Ryan started his last outing on Sunday versus St. Louis. He gave up 3 runs in the first, and that was enough, unfortunately, in a 3-2 defeat. In fact, he walked the first 2 in that game, and they would both come around to score. Now, the often injured Nick Punto's been on the DL 3 different times this season. And this one will get out of play. Hasn't faced the Cubs much this year, but in mid-May at Wrigley Field in the 3-game series, Punto went 5 for 8, 2 doubles, a triple, a walk, 2 RBIs, and 3 runs. That's a strike. 0-2.
Well, I don't know if he's a difference maker, but I have to believe a healthy Nick Punto all season would have enhanced the Cardinals' chances of having a much better record. Solid player, can play multiple positions, handles the bat pretty well, just has not been able to stay on the field for any amount of time.
Called strike 3. That's a big out to get with Pujols coming up.
Some 2-strike guess hitting by both ball clubs here in the first inning. Nick Punto taking back-to-back fastballs right down the middle of the plate for called strike 3.
Now Pujols, who's close to extending his own major league record of a 300 average with 30 homers and 100 RBIs for the 11th straight season. With the Castro hit in the top of the first, it extended his on-base streak to career best 35 in a row. Pujols has gotten on base 38 straight games. That's the longest active streak in the majors. He's had a lot of success against Ryan Dempster. The pitch dribbles away from Coy Hill, but Jay stays at first. Ryan will start the season finale Wednesday evening in San Diego. There goes Jay, and a ground ball. Castro will get Pujols at first. Well, the Cardinals will do this because they've hit into 162 double plays this year. So having Jay on the move keeps them out of a double play. They might set a big league record.
That's about the only time the Cardinals run. They are dead last. That's right, dead last in the National League in stolen bases this season. Somewhere Whitey Herzog just fell out of his lazy boy recliner.
So they've got 162 double plays grounded into. The National League record is 166, set by the 1958 Cardinals. A Major League record 174 by the 1990 Boston Red Sox. Lance Berkman yesterday re-signed with the Cardinals for 2012. What a bargain he became this year. At $8 million, he'll get 12 next year. So if Albert Pujols re-signs, Berkman would be back in right, but if Albert leaves, Berkman could go to first base, where he's been most of the time here the last few years.
He's been really good for the Cardinals this season. He's been really good throughout his career. Had a bad season and a half in Houston to end his stay as an Astro, but rededicated himself, got in much better shape when he found out he was going to be playing mostly in the outfield, and he's had a huge bounce back season.
Berkman with a 10-game hitting streak. Here's the 2-0. Now 3-0 with David Freese on deck.
This is kind of a pick your poison situation. Berkman, a very good hitter, has good numbers against Ryan Debster, but David Freese in the on deck circle has been one of the hottest Cardinals hitters recently. 5 for his last 10 on this homestand with a homer and 6 driven in.
And that's a strike. 3-1. Dempster's now walked 2 in the inning. Follow all of tonight's stats and info in real time with Cubs in-game live. Only at CSNChicago.com, brought to you by Honda. The third baseman Freese. Big game Wednesday night against the Mets. Game-winning home run, knocked in 5. And a game-winning 3-run homer off Matt Garza against the Cubs on July 29th. You see how hot he's been. This is the #1 offense in the league. They lead the NL in runs, batting average, on base, and slugging. So we can sit here and talk about all the double play balls, but they've outscored everybody, so I guess take the good with the bad, right?
Teams that hit into a lot of double plays do so because they have a lot of runners on base. And teams that turn a lot of double plays usually do so because their pitchers allow a lot of runners to reach. They have a lot of opportunities to turn double plays. Don't need a double play here.
Can't get one.
Put it on a count for next inning, and you just have to get 2 outs in the bottom of the second.
Boy, wouldn't that be nice?
Wouldn't that be nice?
Carryover outs. Slider missed outside. Freese was able to freeze his swing. 2-2. Well, the only problem with that theory is that if you allowed the outs to carry over, the base runners probably would have to carry over too. Wouldn't bite on that slider. 3-2. Yadier Molina's on deck. Always a dangerous guy in any sort of RBI situation. Makes a lot of contact. And the runners will go with this pitch. Here it is. Well hit to deep right center. Bird and LaHair getting together. It'll be Marlon Bird, and man, that would not have been a fun collision for either guy. They're both put together out there in the Cubs outfield. Cardinals strand 2, 0-0 after 1.
Join Menards this week in saluting our American-made products with Menards Made in the USA sale. The Aero Group is America's leading producer of low-cost storage buildings. Manufactured in Breeze, Illinois, this 10 by 8-foot Hamlet model is $259. For over 80 years, Woolman has been protecting America's wood. Made in Lesage, West Virginia, Raincoat Water Repellent prevents water damage in all types of wood. Just $15.99 a gallon.
Save big money at Menards.
We will experience a 30-minute delay. Thank you for your patience.
When you just can't wait for Rocky Mountain cold refreshment, there's always a light at the end of the tunnel. Frost Brewed Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer. School.
Sunday, one of the most competitive rivalries in Major League Soccer is on Comcast Sportsnet Plus. Tune in as the Fire battle the New England Revolution at Toyota Park. Don't miss a minute of the action. Fire and Revolution, Sunday at 3, only on Comcast Sportsnet Plus. Fans' best friend. Kind of like Jimi Hendrix against the Beatles. Let me stand next to your fire and say you want a revolution. I'll take Hendrix.
Yeah, this had the potential to be a huge train wreck out there in right center field, but Marlon Bird taking charge, calling a little bit louder than Brian LaHair, ultimately able to make the catch. Get Ryan Dempster off the hook there in the bottom half of the first.
And here is Marlon Bird.
You know, Len, for all the talk about coaching and managing and teaching players, you learn more like what we just saw right there. Marlon Bird, Brian LaHair running off the field after that play, talking about what had just happened, what should happen in the future. That's how you learn how to play the game.
Bobbled by Punto, and he still has time to get Marlon Bird. Mentioned for Call, not in the lineup. For Call has committed 5 errors over his last 6 games.
Yeah, good recovery that time by Punto. He keeps his feet moving, keeps his rhythm with the baseball. Fortunately for him, it dropped right down in front where he could stay with it and make the play in time to get Marlon Bird.
I'll tell you what, the Cardinals may miss Brendan Ryan more than they thought they would. He is a fantastic defensive shortstop. DJ LeMahieu in there again for Aramis Ramirez. And we're not sure when Ramirez will be back. Mike Quaddy would have loved to have had his best hitter in the lineup in this series, but may not have that luxury. And the other story, and the bigger one long term in terms of Aramis, as LeMahieu slices one into the right field corner, but it's going to be foul. It seems like every time Aramis is quoted talking about his future with the Cubs, it gets more and more bleak. And at this point, he and his agent have said, we're going to test free agency. So even if the Cubs do exercise his option, it sounds like he will not be back unless the Cubs offer multi-years. Right now, the person who would offer that is not even in the organization. High fly ball out to center, and this is John Jay. That's the second out.
The Chicago Cubs and Groupon will celebrate the 25th anniversary of a Chicago classic, Ferris Bueller's Day Off, with a special movie night inside legendary Wrigley Field on Saturday, October 1st at 7 p.m. Tickets in the bleachers are $10. Tickets on the outfield are $25, and a special VIP ticket with a pre-party at the Captain Morgan Club is $75. For more information, visit Groupon.com or Cubs.com.
One strike on Coy Hill. This might be Coy's final start. The way Mike Quaddy has it mapped out, Giovanni Soto will go tomorrow and Sunday. Steve Clevenger still hasn't gotten into a game, but he'll probably start on Monday, with Soto getting the nod Tuesday and Wednesday to finish the season. These things are all written in pencil.
Ideally, Steve Clevenger would have had the opportunity to get here to the major league level a little quicker this season. We talked about the Tennessee Smokies and their playoff run and how deep into September that Double-A series went. But you'd love to see him get some playing time down the stretch, just to see what you have possibly for next year.
Cubs go down 1-2-3 in the second. Still early. No score.
Cubs baseball on Comcast Sportsnet is brought to you by Corona Extra, who invites you to find your beach.
Are we doing okay here?
Absolutely.
And what can I get for you?
I'll have one of those.
These obstacles are a challenge for any driver. But for the driver of a Lexus IS 250, the real challenge is doing it backwards. This is class-leading turning radius. This is precision you can feel. This is the Lexus IS. See your Chicago area and Northwest Indiana Lexus dealer.
Investing for yourself isn't some optional pursuit, a privilege for the ultra-wealthy. It's a necessity. I find investments with E-Trade's top 5 lists quickly, easily. I use predefined screeners and insightful trading ideas to dig deeper. Work smarter, not harder. I depend on myself, the one person I do trust to take charge of my financial future.
Even it up. Sunday, get a complete recap of the Bears and Packers game on Bears Post-Game Live, presented by Illinois Back Institute. Post-game press conferences, player interviews, and a full breakdown of the action. Only on Bears Post-Game Live, Sunday, immediately after the game on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend. Ryan Dempster walked 2 in the first inning. Had to make 24 pitches, but got through it without a run.
And you touched on the importance of retiring David Freese with 2 outs in that bottom half of the first inning. Yadier Molina, with nobody on base this season, is a very respectable 276 hitter. With men on base, he's a 332 hitter, and with runners in scoring position, 311. I really think he's one of the best situational hitters in the National League. He'll look for the holes in the infield. He'll try to see the weaknesses in the defense and then plan his at-bat accordingly.
Well, last time the Cubs saw him at Wrigley Field in August, he hit 3 homers in that series, including a 2-homer game in the finale. And he lines one out into right center for the Cardinals' first hit. Molina already with career highs in runs, doubles, homers, RBIs, and slugging percentage.
Oh, and oh, by the way, arguably the best defensive catcher in the game. He's Stays on a fastball low and away, just lines it toward that gap in right center field. His weight was out on his front foot, but his hands were back. That's the key for any hitter.
Here's Skip Schumacher. We mentioned Holiday with a right hand injury. He hasn't played in a week and a half. And Alan Craig would probably be the other choice tonight, but Tony wanted to get Schumacher in the lineup, and this is why. He has killed Ryan Dempster. Molina will stop at third. It's a double for Schumacher. And with that hit, Schumacher's now 20 for 47. Well over 400 in terms of his batting average against Ryan Dempster.
Well, that time just cherry picking a first pitch fastball. Ryan trying to jump ahead in the count, and Schumacher did not allow that to happen. Molina really labored down that first baseline on his single to right center.
That's a catcher running right there. Guy who logs a lot of innings.
In September, yeah.
Ow, 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 ow.
You may notice the trail of oil that he left as he ran around the bases there.
Now Ryan Theriot hitting 8th and playing 2nd. His playing time was cut when Rafael Furcal was acquired. He took over at short. Theriot has hit .361 against the Cubs, 9 RBIs in 10 games this season. Fastball inside, 1-1. No homers, but he's hit 7 doubles against his old team. Fastball at 91. But out of the zone, 2 balls and a strike. Carpenter on deck. Three and 1.
It looked like that might have been a cross-up, just judging from the way Coy Hill received that pitch. Hard to believe that veterans Ryan Dempster and Coy Hill would not be on the same page here in September. Yeah, that kind of handcuffed him right there. And it's a sure tip-off anytime you see the catcher call timeout after awkwardly receiving a pitch with a runner at second and run out to the mound and talk to the pitcher. That's a sign that somebody missed something right there.
Dempster now in jeopardy of loading the bases with nobody out. Here's the 3-1 bounce back to Dempster. They've got Molina dead to rights, and he'll be tagged out. Demp wanted to get 2 guys, but he was unable to reach Molina before Schumacher got to third. So they're at the corners for Chris Carpenter.
That's a base running mistake by Yadier Molina right there. Even if you're told you're going on contact on a tapper back to the mound, you're just going to run into an easy out at home plate. Molina does get hung up long enough to allow Schumacher to reach third base on that play. And a nice defensive play by Ryan Dempster. Didn't even have to make a throw to get an out right there.
Carpenter will probably be asked to bunt to get Theriot to second. He's already squaring.
We've seen the Cardinals do this. He'll square, then he'll pull it back, and then he'll probably put it back out there again and try to put down the sacrifice bunt.
Ball 1.
I mean, a lot of the tricky little things that the Cardinals do, they've done for so long, and it's so predictable that I'm not quite sure what the purpose is. When they play their infield back initially with a runner at third base, and then the shortstop and second baseman come crashing in as the pitch is delivered. If you do it all the time, everybody knows you're going to do it. The element of surprise is gone.
Suicide squeeze, and it works. Schumacher scores. Carpenter tagged out, and it's 1-0. Well, the suicide squeeze, Bob, is never routine, but that's about as routine as you can make it look.
It all hinges on the bunt that the pitcher's able to get down, and this time Carpenter executes it perfectly. Schumacher did not break too early from third base to tip off the play.
So a go-ahead RBI for the pitcher, Chris Carpenter. Terrio is at second for John Jay. And he takes a strike. Swing and a miss on a splitter. 0-2. Sorry, Bob.
I was just going to say both outs recorded in this inning have been one unassisted.
It's odd.
Yeah, it's very odd.
And Jay strikes out to end the inning. But Chris Carpenter's successful suicide squeeze gives the Cardinals a 1-0 lead after 2.
You know what sells? Sex. You know what it sells? Beer. It won't sell an important thing like a car. What will? Well, the Honda Civic received a 2011 Highest Initial Quality Award from J.D. Power & Associates, and right now you can get a stellar deal on one. That's what sells a car. But a little bit of sex doesn't hurt. Come see the wide selection and great offers at your Honda dealer today.
This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Chicago Cubs and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Chicago Cubs.
CSNChicago.com.
Total Chicago baseball coverage online.
In this point, I look one day at a time, and everybody should look at it that way. I look at it that way no matter what.
The most blogs and insiders, and everything outside the box score.
The things you've done in the cage and the things you're doing out here in batting practice, and you carry that over into the game, that's what's going to bring us success.
Go to CSNChicago.com.
CSNChicago.com. A fan's best friend online.
Go inside the lives of Chicago's biggest sports stars, only on Inside Look on Comcast Sportsnet. Your questions answered.
Having great fans like that, that's what makes playing here in Chicago so special.
Idols revisited.
Looking back now, yes, I should have been more relaxed and not putting this much pressure on myself.
And their stories behind the headlines revealed.
We feel that our legacy will live forever.
Catch a new interview every month with Inside Look on Comcast Sportsnet. Visit CSNChicago.com for listings.
Best Buy offers you the perfect match promise. Bring home the big TV of your dreams. Satisfaction guaranteed. Len and Bob and our CSN Cubs crew from Busch Stadium in St. Louis. One of the best rivalries in sports continues and will end for the season this weekend. Ryan Dempster takes a curveball outside. 1-1. A lot of rain in New York. The Red Sox and Yankees were washed out. They'll play a day-nighter on Sunday. The Phillies and Mets also rained out. The game the Cardinals are most concerned about, other than this one, As the Braves and Nationals, Atlanta leads 6-1. In the bottom of the 5th, Steven Strasburg went 4 innings, gave up 3 runs, 2 earned. Tim Hudson being supported by a 3-for-3 night from Dan Uggla. Well, the Cardinals tried to downplay yesterday's loss, but it's really hard to do that this late in the season. You have a 4-run lead in the 9th, and you can't win. Well, they could have been 1 back of the Braves if they had just been able to hold on to that game in the 9th. Pujols can't get it, and neither can Terrio. It's a base hit. Wasn't hit hard, but it eluded 2 Cardinals and squeaked into right.
Very well placed, just like real estate. Location, location, location. Hanging slider right in the middle of the plate. He swings late, able to get it past Pujols, who plays way off that first baseline, and Ryan Terrio lets it roll under into right field for a base hit.
All right, Starlin, how about number 201?
Don't stop now.
Yeah. Back to Carpenter. 1-4-3.
As tailor-made as it can get. Carpenter with the stab out there on the mound. Even if that ball gets by him up the middle of the field, it looked like the Cardinals middle infielders were going to cover that ball.
Barney grounded out to third in his first at bat. John Jay drifting toward the top of the arch, which is mowed into the outfield grass. Double play ball helps out Carpenter after the leadoff single by Ryan Dempster. 1-0 St. Louis in the 3rd.
You think you colder than me? Turn on the radio, me. Turn on the TV, me. Turn on the movies, me. So what you got?
Coors Light?
Don't mean nothing.
Ice Cube is cold, but Coors Light is super cold.
Oh, it's on now.
Frost brewed Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer.
Wednesday, the excitement of Blackhawks hockey is back on Comcast Sportsnet. Tune in for a preseason battle with the Hawks' biggest rival as they take on the Wings at the UC. Coverage begins at 7 with Chevy Blackhawks pregame live. Blackhawks Red Wings, Wednesday night at 7 on Comcast Sportsnet.
Join Vineline, the official magazine of the Chicago Cubs, in celebrating its 25th anniversary in 2011. Get the backstage pass to how the Cubs live and play on the field as well as off. Subscription start at just $29.95. For more information and to order, visit Cubs.com/Vineline. A lot of smoke pouring over the right field side of the field here. I assume it's from some kind of a barbecue or something outside the stadium, but it seems to me that Chris Carpenter going to use the word complained rather than the W word that a lot of people use about the Cardinals. He complained about the smoke from the fireworks at Great American Ballpark earlier this year when the Reds took him deep a couple of times. It was hard to breathe, burned his eyes out there on the mound, but nary a word of complaint here at Busch Stadium tonight.
Underway in the bottom of the third as Nick Punto fouls off. One and one. Two and one. Possibly a devastating loss for the Angels last night in extras at Toronto. They were sneaking back into that wild card race. But with that loss, start the night 3 games back at Boston. The Angels are hosting the A's tonight. Tampa Bay trailing at home to the Blue Jays 5-0 in the top of the 7th. They're 2 games out. David Price got knocked around, although he did give up 3 unearned runs. He committed 2 errors. 5 runs, 2 earned in 6 innings. Two pitch, fly ball left field, and no play for Soriano.
All right, once you get down into that corner about 2/3 of the way from third base to the foul pole, same thing in right field, you run out of room quickly as an outfielder. Pretty generous foul territory behind home plate and from the bases to the dugouts, but you can see where that ball boy is sitting down that left field line. Not a whole lot of room for that ball to stay fair, or rather to stay in play in foul territory.
One thing I noticed that I think is different from the last time we were here, right near third base and first base, there's a little triangular cutout with dirt. I assumed at third it's for, a guy takes a lead down there in foul territory, and I don't know if they did it at first just to even up the look or not, but I've never seen anything like that as Coy Hill makes a catch. Or maybe you had a groundskeeper who was simply bored.
Yeah, I've never seen anything quite like that. I'm not sure the purpose for it.
Sideburns, maybe, so to speak.
Could be.
Pujols grounded to short his first time, and he's going to line into right. Leher will chase it down. And it's a 1-out double for Pujols. Extends his on-base streak to 39 games. That ties Johnny Damon's since expired streak for the longest this season in the majors.
Down and through. As good as any hitter in baseball, when he's locked in, Albert Pujols seems to be down and through the ball. Golfers know what I'm talking about. You always get that consistent backspin, a much truer carry on the ball. You don't see Albert hit a lot of slicing line drives.
Mentioned Berkman's contract extension. The Cardinals earlier this month signed Chris Carpenter to a 2-year extension. That replaced the club option year, which was next season from his previous contract. I think they're trying to get a lot of things done to know exactly what they have to offer Albert Pujols. And I think the last thing the Cardinals want to do, Bob, is spend so much time and energy on Pujols that they let the rest of their roster kind of slip away.
Well, I think they can start with the arch. Just rename it the Pujols Arch. And he could have a condo up in the top.
Key to the city. I think we both agree that when push comes to shove, he will be back.
I think so. I mean, I'm not privy to the finances of the St. Louis Cardinals, but you know, there are just certain players with certain organizations that it's hard to envision them going anywhere else. And yeah, Albert hasn't said or done anything that would make you believe that he's anxious to leave.
Big swing and a miss, 2-2. Good block by Hill. And it's full, 3-2.
I like the fact that not only did he block the ball, but he came up ready to throw to second base. It's a natural instinct for a base runner when they see that ball in the dirt to take an extra step or two on their secondary lead. Sometimes you can get them out there in no man's land if you recover quickly enough, get to the ball, and get yourself into a throwing position.
Foul back our way. Now we see smoke on the other side of the stadium, the third base side, over top.
They're cooking chicken in left field and burgers in right field.
4. Berkman walks for the second time.
Hey fans, check out the new Cubs Kids Club presented by ComEd, the official kids club of the Chicago Cubs. Help your favorite young Cub fan earn his or her pinstripes as a member of the Cubs Kids Club, and they'll receive kid-specific perks, experiences, and merchandise throughout the 2011 baseball season. Visit Cubs.com to sign up today.
Two on for Freeze. Fastball inside. Marlins and Brewers tied at 1. They're in the 5th in Milwaukee. Brewers are home the rest of the way. 3 versus Florida, 3 against the Pirates. Castro, Barney, Pena inning over. Cardinals have bounced into 163 twin killings this season. 1-0 St. Louis after 3.
You
never told me Autotrader.com had new cars. I'd love a new 2011. These are sweet, but what kind of deal can I get? Okay, just special offers.
Now compare brand spanking new cars and special offers.
That one.
So you can find the one new car your head and heart can agree on. Whoa. Autotrader.com, now the ultimate new car marketplace.
To life, love, and loot.
At Transamerica, we are the tomorrow makers. We're making tomorrows like clockwork. For all the different things our customers planned for. Like a college education. Or the perfect wedding. We're making them a better financial future. What can we make with you? Transamerica. Transform tomorrow.
Sunday, the Cubs look to play spoiler as they battle the playoff-chasing Cardinals in St. Louis. Don't miss a division rivalry driven by Mazda. Cubs, Cardinals, Sunday at 12:30 on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend.
This fourth inning is brought to you by Fourth Meal from Taco Bell. Open 1 a.m. or later. LaHare, Pena, and Soriano against Chris Carpenter here in the Cubs' fourth. Cubs with 2 hits. Castro with his 200th. And Ryan Dempster also singled to lead off the third. Quickly erased on a double play ball. Wanted to have a little time to get into this. I wouldn't call it groundbreaking per se, but I think very timely as a one bouncer to Terrio. And he'll throw out Brian LaHare. Baseball Prospectus does great work. And there's a fascinating article by Mike Fast. And he calls it Removing the Mask. And with the movie Moneyball coming out and a lot of conversation about old school versus new school. And just the idea of a combination of scouting and some of the quantitative analysis. I think this is terrific, Bob, because it's long been thought, based on observation, that catchers can help their pitchers get called strikes by the way they catch the pitch. You talk about it all the time. Well, Mike Fast did an exhaustive study of catchers and who's good at it and who's not. And does this phenomenon really exist? And the results are pretty interesting. And this is where I think you really meld the two in terms of sabermetrics and then scouting. You know, this is what I think I see. Does the data back it up and the information? And the answer is absolutely yes. Now, this is not a finished study toward the end. And this is another thing I love about what they do, is they're seeking to find as many answers as possible. And Fast writes, quote, "I welcome feedback on my findings from catchers, umpires, coaches, or other interested parties." But the bottom line seems to be, and it's a long article, but that guys who don't move their glove much and don't move their head much get more called strikes. They can buy more strikes. And Yadier Molina is one of the best in the business. And this article also has video where they compare a catcher who's good at it and a catcher who's bad at it. And it's really interesting.
And we've documented some cases of that throughout the season on a borderline pitch where you see a guy push the ball further out of the zone. Much less likely to get that call from the home plate umpire, as opposed to somebody like Yadier Molina, who always seems to be outside the baseball, working back toward the corners or toward the middle of the plate. And obviously he's going to get a lot more borderline calls to go the way of his pitcher.
3-2 on Carlos Pena. Here's the pitch. It's low, ball 4. Here's the key paragraph in the article. if these numbers accurately represent catcher performance at getting extra strike calls, catchers have the ability to gain or cost their team a win or two over the course of the season in this department. That would make this skill as important as all the other facets of catcher defense that we are currently able to measure put together. That means preventing stolen bases, blocking pitches, fielding balls. That the way you catch pitches may have much more of an impact on a game and a team's win-loss record than we ever thought before. Soriano swings at the first one. Now, Bob, I want you to watch Yadier Molina catch a strike and describe what you see in terms of the head, the glove, everything.
Once he gets into his receiving position, he's very still. His head is still. You could see he had his catcher's mitt off of the outside corner and was moving back toward the plate as he received the pitch. I'll even take it a step further, Len. When you're catching a pitcher that you're very familiar with, you know what his pitches are going to do. You rarely get fooled by anything that he throws to you. For example, on a fastball outside to a left-handed hitter, I've seen catchers catch that particular pitch in the heel of their glove so that the rest of their catcher's mitt is a lot closer to the strike zone. Same thing on the other side of the plate. A borderline pitch away to a right-handed hitter. I've seen catchers who are very good at catching the ball in the webbing of the glove, keeping the body of their mitt over the outside corner and getting calls. Now, really, you can only do that with pitchers that you are very familiar with. They're very consistent with their stuff. They don't have a lot of awkward late movement. But there are catchers in the game that are so good that they can catch the ball in different parts of their mitt to get called strikes.
Well, Fast gave the findings, and then he said, okay, let's try to figure out, based on video, what it is good catchers do. As Marlon Byrd lines into right, Peña's going to stop at second. And what he did is he looked at two of the best catchers, Yadier's older brother Jose Molina and Jonathan Lucroy, and three at the bottom of the list, Brian Doment, Jorge Posada, Jason Varitek, and looked at how they framed borderline pitches. And he observed two differences between the quote good and the bad. He says both Molina and Lucroy displayed stable, quiet mechanics when receiving borderline pitches. Posada was the opposite, often jumping, bouncing, and shifting his stance and lunging and swiping. Varitek and Doman had more stable stances, but each displayed a negative behavior that appeared to cost them strikes. And one thing that Ryan Doman does is his head goes down, almost as if he looks the pitch into his mitt. And that's something that will cost his pitcher strikes. Pretty good stuff.
Yeah, and for a long time it was taught to young catchers at the minor league level, you never turn fingers down to catch a pitch unless it's going to be in the dirt. The assumption was as soon as the umpire sees you turn your glove over fingers down, he assumes that ball is too low to be called a strike. So catchers were always taught to try to catch everything with fingers up unless you are actually going to have to go to the ground and block that pitch. You hear a lot of times talking about a young catcher. He's a catch and throw guy. And I don't know if I always agree with that blanket statement. I think some guys have very strong throwing arms that are very obvious to the most casual observer. That doesn't necessarily mean they're a good catch guy. That doesn't necessarily mean they make those borderline pitches look well.
Those are two different skill sets.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And without any data to back it up whatsoever, I was always of somewhat of an opinion that guys are either really good receivers and frame balls well and get calls for their pitchers, or they're really good blockers. It seems to me like catchers who have the reputation of being good blockers of pitches in the dirt are constantly anticipating that pitch, and they don't always receive the ball as well as they should.
Well, that's the type of thing that would be interesting to ask guys who have a lot more time on their hands to look at video and to study them.
Crunch those numbers.
It's a great question. And there's no guarantee they could find the answer, but they would certainly try. And as interesting as it is for you as a former catcher, and because your son is a minor league catcher, to get into the mechanics of what we're talking about, I think the bigger issue for me is that too often a study like this is done and it's counterintuitive to what a lot of people have believed, and that's why these studies are dismissed. I think if you start this conversation by saying that thing you thought was true, it is, and here's why, I think can get a lot more people to buy into what they're doing. Ground ball. Punto flips. Terrio covering. They force Marlon Byrd, and that ends the inning. And catching 101 as well. 1-0 St. Louis.
Endless Shrimp is our most popular promotion at Red Lobster. There's so many choices. The guests love it.
It's Endless Shrimp today at Red Lobster. As much as you like, any way you like new sweet and spicy shrimp, all for $15.99.
My name is Angela Trapp, and I see food differently.
Forget overpaid athletes. The High Life is sponsoring real folks. Nick Thompson, we want to be the official beer you and your nostalgia game of catch.
All right, thanks. Come on, Dad.
Get sponsored at MillerHighLife.com.
Didn't think Toyota value could get any better? How's this for a start? Every new Toyota comes with Toyota Care, the first complimentary maintenance plan offered by any full-line brand. Get coverage for 2 years or 25,000 miles and 24/7 roadside assistance. Peace of mind. Only better. And right now, your local Toyota dealer is offering amazing 0% APR financing on 8 of your favorite Toyota models. Toyota.
The home side is something going on across.
Some watch simply for the love of the game.
I'm a big guy.
Others seek out the best players or the biggest matchups and wait for the unpredictable outcome. But for most fans, it's about experiencing every magic moment live as it happens, one history-making play at a time. Switch to Xfinity and get TV, phone, and internet for just $99 a month for 12 months, plus an HD DVR free for 3 months. Call 1-800-XFINITY today.
Time now for our AT&T trivia question. Can you name the top 5 all-time stolen base leaders in Cardinals history? This will be fun.
I'm sure I helped a few of them get on that list.
Man. I mean, you got Lou Brock, you got Vince Coleman, you got Willie McGee. That'll be 3 of them right there.
Just with longevity, maybe Ozzie Smith sneaks onto that list.
Keith Hernandez.
I was going to guess Yadier Molina. Well, we're told we got the top 4.
Okay, now we need number 5. Lonnie Smith. Molina airs it out to left, and it'll be Soriano to make the catch. There's the 0-1 to Schumacher. Swing and a miss on a splitter. Well, the answer is not Stan the Man. He had 78 steals in 22 seasons.
I cheated. I looked it up.
It's the only thing he didn't do well. And Schumacher tagged out after the strikeout. 2 away quickly. Oh man, I want to get it before they give it to us, but here's the answer to the AT&T. Oh, Ray Langford.
Yeah.
There you go. 250. I was thinking Tommy Herr. He might be in the top 10. And in fact, he is 10th. I'd say Lou Brock was pretty good stealing bases.
I know for a fact Vince Coleman was.
Let's see. Do we know where Lonnie Smith finished?
I think Lonnie might have been 6th or 7th.
73, yeah. Top 10.
Those used to always be interesting series when the San Francisco Giants played the St. Louis Cardinals, with Roger Craig, who prided himself on slowing down, if not completely stopping, a running game against Whitey Herzog and those Jackrabbits. That's the only way they could score runs.
Well, we were talking with Keith Moreland the other day about all the different signs. You were telling us about Roger Craig, and you worked with Doyle Alexander. My head started to hurt trying to figure out what signs meant what.
Well, mine did too, until I finally figured it out. That was basically a utility player coming up through the minor leagues, played all over the field until I became basically a catcher at the major league level. Nice leaping catch.
Wow.
DJ LeMahieu.
DJ LeMahieu has some ups as he robs Ryan Theriot. Watch this. Good hang time, DJ.
Meet the Mazda 3 4-door, 5-door, and the one and only Mazda Speed 3. No other car in its class looks like it, feels like it, or most importantly, drives like it. This is a car worth driving, and that's the only kind of car we build. We build Mazdas. What do you drive? Get the Mazda 3 with 0% APR for 60 months plus 500 owner loyalty cash.
Hang with us on Sportsnet Central. Every night on Comcast Sportsnet, Pat and Mark, Chuck, Sarah, Luke, Gail, Chris, and Kip bring you the Chicago sports coverage you crave. We capture the must-see highlights, deliver the late-breaking news, and produce the in-depth interviews the Chicago sports fan deserves. So hang with us on Sportsnet Central every day on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend. Football season, bear down with Comcast Sportsnet. Mondays at 4:30, go live to Hellas Hall with United Bears recap. Wednesdays and Thursdays, Bears Blitz, presented by Jimmy John's, breaks down the game and gets you set for Sunday. Thursday nights at 11, get a player's take on Countdown to Kickoff with Lance Briggs. And after every game, Bears Postgame Live, presented by Illinois Back Institute, brings you the most inside analysis and postgame interviews in Chicago. All season long, bear down with Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend.
You're watching Comcast Sportsnet, now part of the NBC Sports Group.
Text footlong to 29653. If you are the 500th texter, you could win $5 footlong subs from Subway. Top of the 5th. 1-0 St. Louis on a suicide squeeze. Pulled off by Chris Carpenter and Skip Schumacher. Schumacher the runner, Carpenter the batter. That was back in the second. Curveball strike, 0-2. Nationals coming back against the Braves with 2 in the 6th. It's 6-3 Atlanta in the 7th. Hill strikes out. Carpenter has struck out 4 tonight, including Hill twice. Backhanded by Punto, off balance throw, and he gets Dempster.
Not a big fan of the one pitch at bats by pitchers. Unless you're a guy that can conceivably hit the ball out of the ballpark and you get exactly the pitch you're looking for, I think it's equally important for the pitcher to see as many pitches as possible, make Carpenter throw as many pitches as possible, so that possibly he'll make a mistake to a hitter who can do some damage later in the ball game. There aren't many Dontrell Willises or Carlos Zambranos in this game that could possibly take a pitch deep on the first delivery.
0-2 to Castro is low. In the first inning, Starlin led off the game with his 200th hit of the season. First Cub ever at age 21 to have a 200 hit campaign. So poised. Even if he were 31, you'd say he's mature and poised. He's only 21.
Like a real telling moment this season, Len, is when he took the harsh criticism from Bobby Valentine on the ESPN Sunday night game and then stood up the next day and apologized, said it will not happen again. I'm embarrassed by what happened. You don't see many 21-year-olds at this stage of their major league career willing to stand up in front of the media, admit a mistake, say they were embarrassed by their own play, and make sure it doesn't happen again.
Carpenter will bare hand and get him. Will take us to the bottom of the 5th. Cardinals really need this one, and they lead 1-0.
That's awesome. You can read that.
The AccuFit digital system, exclusively at LensCrafters, is about 5 times more precise than manual measurement techniques. So you get vision that makes the world as clear as it can be. LensCrafters.
Is it really necessary to brew Coors Light down as low as 34 degrees? Does it really matter if every beer is filtered cold, aged cold, and packaged cold? Do the mountains really need to turn blue when your beer's as cold as the Rockies? Is Rocky Mountain Cold Refreshment really that important? You be the judge. Frost brewed Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer.
Wow, what's that?
Oh, it's the new AT&T smartphone.
Nice. I wish I could afford one.
Yeah, I got a good deal.
Look at that screen. Fast, too, right?
Oh, yeah. Last week, FITD.
It streams movies. Real web browsing. Turn left now. Look at this camera. Hold on. Let's get a photo.
I'm listening to downloaded music.
Oh, I can afford that.
See ya. The AT&T Impulse 4G. For $29.99, there's no excuse not to get your own. AT&T.
Hi, I'm David Kaplan here with a Coors Light Cold Blast Sportsnet Central update. Join us for Sportsnet Central tonight after Cubs postgame live. Ozzie Guillen and Kenny Williams discuss the future of the Sox skipper with the club. The Bears get ready for a huge Week 3 tilt against the Packers, and the Blackhawks take on the Caps in preseason action to UC. That's on Sportsnet Central. Now more Cubs baseball. Let him out.
All right, Cap, thank you. Cubs just 1-5 here at Busch Stadium this year, 4-8 versus the Cardinals, and Ryan Dempster, who's lost his last 5 decisions, right now battling Chris Carpenter and trailing 1-0. Carpenter will be followed by John Jay, Nick Punto. Dempster needs a 1-2-3 to avoid facing Albert Pujols this inning. We want to send out big congratulations to Jack and Lori Hardig of Palos Heights, Illinois. Yesterday, they celebrated their 60th wedding anniversary.
Wow.
Married September 22nd, 1951 in Chicago, and their son Ed reports that on that day in St. Louis, rookie catcher Harry Cheedy's 10th inning single scored Ransom Jackson from second to give the Cubs a 6-5 win. Nice pick on the short hop by DJ LeMahieu. He's had a good defensive night. John Jay.
Gets a good read on this ball. A little bit of a stutter step, but comes in to smother it on the short hop. He knows he's got plenty of time with Chris Carpenter running to first base. Make sure he has a good grip on the ball before firing on to Pena for the out.
Jay bounces, and it backs up Barney, who has time as a second baseman to make that play. That's one thing Darwin had to learn making that transition over to second, is you can back up on a ball like that. That's not a luxury you have as a shortstop.
It's one of the biggest differences in the two positions, other than the double play pivot, obviously coming at that bag from completely different angles. And it takes a while to learn the timing of the right side of the infield as opposed to the left side. On the left side, you usually don't have the luxury of looking for the seams on the baseball or taking an extra crow hop. Usually you have to get it and get rid of it quickly. On the right side, you usually have a little more time.
Just keeping an eye on Twitter here during the game for some updates from other games, and Joe Capozzi does a nice job covering the Florida Marlins beat for the Palm Beach Post. He says that Craig Minervini, our buddy on Marlins TV, reporting that Edward Mujica and Jose Seda are staying at a different team hotel in Milwaukee because they think the Pfister is haunted. That has long been thought by many major league players. So they decided, I don't care if that's the team hotel, I'm going to find a different place to stay.
What if the ballpark in a particular city itself was reported to be haunted? Would
they say it would be off that night?
Take the series off?
Right. 2-2.
Seen a lot of things at the Pfister that are hard to explain, but I don't think I'd call them otherworldly.
Well, I know the Rolling Stones have stayed there, so if you think Keith Richards is just a ghost, I guess maybe he's haunting the place, but pesky Nick Punto stays alive. Already at 76 pitches. He started the night within 9 1/3 innings of 200, so he should be able to easily get over 200 innings in his final start, which will be Wednesday as Punto walks.
The 27th annual Cubs Convention will take place at the Hilton Chicago on January 13th, 14th, and 15th, 2012. Rooms are available now by calling the Hilton Chicago at 888-922-4400 and asking for the Cubs convention rate. Weekend passes will go on sale in early November. For more information, visit Cubs.com.
So Pujols will get a chance with a man on, 2 down. And he takes a slider for a strike. Although he didn't think so.
Just trying to read his lips there. It looked like he felt that pitch was outside, but Gary Cedarstrom said, nope, I had it right there. Although our Corona Extra pitch tracks probably had it a little bit off the plate.
Fastball outside, 1-1. Jim Thome 3 for 3 against the Twins tonight with a home run. And the Indians lead 5-4 in the top of the 7th. And for Thome, it's career homer number 604. Gone to the 7th in Milwaukee. Marlins and Brewers still tied at 1. Prince Fielder with his 35th home run. That was in the 2nd. A bizarre story involving Marlins closer Leo Nunez. Apparently that's not his name. AP story saying that his real name is Juan Carlos Oviedo, that he's a year older than what had been previously listed, and that he'd been playing under Leo Nunez for a decade. Turned pro in 2000. And he signed with the Pittsburgh Pirates. So I guess you can forget Leo Nunez. It's Juan Oviedo. And I don't think he's going to pitch again for the Marlins this season.
Who do the Marlins make the checks out to?
That's a good question. Line foul. Cub fan.
Yeah. All right. Not many National Leaguers like to get in front of Albert Pujols' line drives, but that Cub fan stood up down the left field line and made a nice catch on that blast.
Nunez is on the restricted list. Should I say Oviedo?
Well, his name is now Mud.
Well, he had 36 saves this year. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. 5 in the books. 1-0 St. Louis.
Southwest makes the call.
What's the call?
I've got unnecessary bag fees.
Guys, I'm just driving.
Do I penalize for each bag fee? I would.
$120 round trip in bag fees?
Man, that's a low blow.
Guys, I gotta get going here.
Hey, you want me to throw you off the tarmac? Bags fly free. Southwest Airlines. It's the right call.
Are you curious about new ideas? Do you want to learn a new language? Or just a new word? Maybe you want to know more about anatomy or astronomy. You could master something new or uncover a hidden talent. There's never been a better time to learn.
The Suzuki Kizashi takes on the Mercedes C300, as well as a stretch limo.
The Kizashi beat the Mercedes and the limo in the slalom test and the cornering test. And because the Kizashi costs thousands less than either, you can afford to throw a party for you and your friends. In which case, you might want to rent a limo. The Suzuki Kizashi. It outperforms the Mercedes as well as the stretch limo. Learn more at KizashiKicks.com. Get 0% financing on the new award-winning Kizashi.
Tomorrow, the action continues from the South Side as Paul Konerko and the White Sox square off with the Royals. Coverage begins at 5:30 with Velco White Sox pregame live. Don't miss a division rivalry driven by Mazda. White Sox, Royals, tomorrow at 5:30 on Comcast Sportsnet.
Time to take a look at our Xfinity high-speed action back in that second inning. The only run of the ball game came on a squeeze play with Chris Carpenter, the pitcher, at the plate. Perfectly executed push bunt to the right side. Schumacher streaking down that third baseline, and that has been it for the offense in the ball game tonight. Each team with 3 hits, the Cardinals with the only run.
2, 3, and 4 here in the 6th, starting with Darwin Barney. And a base hit in front of John Jay. It's a good start. Here comes LaHare. LaHare's going to play a month in Venezuela this offseason before returning home to Massachusetts for the winter.
I think what position Brian LaHare plays in winter ball might be a little bit of a tip-off as to whether the Cubs are going to bring Carlos Pena back for next season, or whether Brian LaHare could possibly be a candidate to take over that position moving forward.
Well, I think he's good enough to be in the big leagues. And the question which we've posed before is, if he's not an everyday player, can he continue to be productive offensively? That's the key question. Well, that question, and if you played him every day, would he do what he did this year at Iowa? Or close to it. I know you talked on Chicago Tribune Live before the game about how impressed you are with him at the plate.
He's looked a little bit in awe of Chris Carpenter tonight. We talked about that called third strike back in the first inning when he took a fastball right down the middle of the plate. Not uncommon. I'll call him a young player experience-wise. You're more facing the bubblegum card and the reputation than you are the actual stuff that the pitcher's throwing on a given night. He just has not looked as comfortable against Chris Carpenter as he has against every other pitcher he's faced so far this season.
He's 0 for 3 with 2 strikeouts. And here's Carlos Pena, who has walked twice tonight to give him 96 on the season. And as Kerry Muscat reporting, it's a modern day record for Cubs first baseman. Mark Grace walked 95 times 11 years ago. Pena trying to get to 100 walks for the 2nd time in his career. Well, he might not be trying for 100 walks, but he will get 100 walks based on his pace.
Well, the only thing that could possibly slow down that march to 100 walks is if he feels it's more important to get to 30 home runs and starts to expand his strike zone a little bit.
But, you know, he doesn't seem like a guy, and that one is drilled into the right field corner. We'll see if Barney can try to score here. Berkman just picked it up, and here comes Barney around third. It's 1-1. An RBI double for Carlos Pena.
Wasn't sure if Darwin Barney would be able to score on that ball or not, only because it was hit so hard. What a rocket down into that right field corner. Lance Berkman plays the carom off the wall out there perfectly. Darwin and Barney got a great jump because he knew where everybody was positioned defensively behind him. No hesitation whatsoever. As soon as that ball was put in play, he was at full speed.
Curveball strike to Soriano. I was just going to add, I don't think Pena's the kind of guy who really ever expands the strike zone. I think he realizes that for him to be effective, he's got to maintain that keen eye at the plate. Rarely he'll try to ambush a guy in that first pitch.
It seems like a long time ago now, but you think back to those first 2 months of the season. How many home runs did he lose at Wrigley Field hitting bombs into the wind?
About like 4 or 5 at least. Two outs.
Now you have even more opportunities to visit the friendly confines. The Wrigley Field tour schedule has recently been extended to include more dates in September and October. Guided tours may include visits to the press box, clubhouses, dugouts, and even a chance to step on the field. For the entire fall schedule or to purchase tickets, visit 1-800-THE-CUBS or visit Cubs.com.
Bird with a big 3-run homer on Wednesday versus Milwaukee as the Cubs took 2 of 3 in that series. About Chris Carpenter's place in Cardinal history. He has 40 starts of exactly 8 innings with the Cardinals. Only Bob Gibson had more in the history of the franchise with 62 such starts. This is his 68th start over the last 2 seasons. That's the most in the majors. Tied with a former teammate, Dan Herron. I know it's hard to stomach Cub fans hearing this, but I think Bob Carpenter, Molina, and Pujols, just their makeup alone, it's off the charts. They've all produced with the numbers, but boy, as ball players, it's hard not to like those 3 guys. As Bird lines out to David Freese. The Cubs do tie it, however, on the double by Pena. It's 1-1.
Came back strong. We got the W, and, well, we whipped them. We whipped them.
Sold out for whipping cream. Sponsorship should be for folks living the high life like y'all, not that food.
Get sponsored at MillerHighLife.com. Friday nights, go inside the high school gridiron with High School Lights on Comcast Sportsnet. Get the stories behind the big game and the week's hottest highlights from Chicagoland. High School Lights, presented by Lemonhead Candy. Friday nights at 10:30 on Comcast Sportsnet. Hyper Loco, Chicago sports on the go. Be the first to know everything about your favorite teams, right from the palm of your hand. Your teams, right now. Download the free Chicago Sports app now. Show your team pride. Submit your picture for the CSN Chicago Fan of the Week, presented by KFC and Taco Bell. Visit CSN on Facebook and post your picture to win gift certificates from Taco Bell and KFC. And be the CSN Fan of the Week. Rev up for next baseball season with the Mazda Spring Training Sweepstakes. A winner a day for 30 days will take home a $150 gas card. And one grand prize winner will win airfare and lodging in Mesa or Glendale to see their team in spring training. To enter, text Mazda to 29653 or visit csnchicago.com. Rev up for next year with the Mazda Spring Training Sweepstakes. We build Mazdas. What do you drive?
You're watching Comcast Sportsnet, now part of the NBC Sports Group.
Best Buy offers you the perfect match promise. Bring home the big TV of your dreams. Satisfaction guaranteed. Well, the Cubs tying it up on a Carlos Pena RBI double in the top of this inning. So it's 1-1. And Ryan Dempster back to work. A little stirring out in the Cubs bullpen. These guys around this time of the game just try to stretch out a little bit in case their numbers called. Missed badly on a breaking ball. 1-0 to Lance Berkman. Came in with the 10-game hitting streak, and he's walked twice. If he were to say walk 4 times in 4 plate appearances, the hitting streak would not end. If he walked 3 times and laid down a sac bunt, it wouldn't end. But if he hit a sac fly, it would end. See, the key difference between a sac bunt and a sac fly is this. And it's why a sac fly goes against your on-base average. A sac bunt, you are purposely giving yourself up to move a base runner. A sac fly, you're trying to get a hit. You just happen to knock in a run on a sacrifice fly. I like that distinction.
Well, the real gray area becomes when a guy tries to bunt for a base hit.
Yes.
Advances a runner, but yet he's thrown out at first base and is still credited with a sacrifice bunt.
It does get a little tricky for a score on that play.
I could be way off base here, Len, but I think there was a time in the game where if a runner advanced 90 feet on a fly ball to the outfield, the batter was not credited with it at bat. It was considered a sacrifice fly, even if the runner tagged and went from second to third.
Okay. Swing and a miss on a split.
Like I said, I could be way wrong here, but it seems to me like there was a time in the game that any time a base runner advanced 90 feet while you were at the plate on a fly ball to the outfield, you were credited with a sacrifice fly. But for obvious reasons, as you just mentioned, you weren't trying to advance that runner. You were trying to get a base hit, possibly drive him in. He just happened to advance on the fly ball. Well, there was a time in this game where if the ball bounced over the fence, it was a home run.
Right. 2-0 on Freeze with Molina next. A little wide, 3-1. Down back. Mentioned Jim Thome with a home run tonight. He was honored before the game tonight, and they're going to eventually erect a statue in his honor. That's great. He'll be beyond the wall in center field. He's the Indians' all-time home run leader as Freese takes the 5th walk issued by Dempster tonight. Watch Comcast Sportsnet Cub replays on demand with Xfinity only from Comcast. Don't miss the action. Call 1-800-XFINITY today.
Dempster 3 times already this season has walked as many as 6 batters in a game, while only 4 times he's not walked a batter.
Former Cardinal general manager Walt Jocketty, who's now the GM in Cincinnati, got a 3-year contract extension, so he's there through 2014. Two and 0 to Molina. There was a trade. The Arizona Diamondbacks have acquired lefty Mike Zagorski from the Phillies for a player to be named later. So he would not be eligible for the Diamondbacks postseason roster. Got the slider on the outside edge. 2-1.
Historically, a real good hit and run count here. 2-1. You figure that Ryan Dempster doesn't want to go to 3-1. He's likely to throw a strike on this pitch. Big hole on the right side of the infield. We talked about Molina's numbers with runners on base. Really handles the bat well. See if the Cardinals get that runner in motion. Nope. Of course, one of the determining factors whether you hit and run or not is the pitcher throwing a lot of strikes, and Ryan Dempster has not consistently been in the strike zone tonight.
Runs this time, and it's bounced into center for a base hit. Freese will take third easily. First and third, 1 out.
With the runner in motion and the Cubs middle infield breaking to cover the bag at second, Molina still gets enough of that ball to get it past Castro and Barney into center field, putting Cardinals on the corners.
Samardzija is now up in the Cubs pen. Don't think Tony La Russa won't try a squeeze again.
Not out of the question at all.
You got a ground ball hitter up there. We know Molina doesn't run well. Big time double play candidate. And they're trying to scratch across that go ahead run here. Although Schumacher, as we mentioned, with huge numbers against Dempster. Cardinals always look like they have something going, don't they? It's kind of their MO, as you said earlier.
Oh, yeah. I mean, even to the point Jose Oquendo, the third base coach, you know, he'll go through some signs. I'm not sure how many signs he actually gives at third base. But then in the past, after giving the signs, he would turn and look into the third base dugout and watch whichever coach was responsible for relaying the signs to the catcher. And ultimately, they hope they pick something up. It can be a little intimidating as a manager when you're sitting in that third base dugout and you look across the field to the first base dugout, and there's Dave McKay and Joe Patini and Dave Duncan and Tony La Russa all staring at you as you give your signs. You start to get a little paranoid.
Three and one. Could send Molina here like he sent Freeze on a 3-1 pitch to Molina. He is not running, and the bases are loaded. 6 walks tonight for Dempster. This season, the Riot has grounded into a double play. Right on time for the Cubs. Daniel Descalzo's on deck. He would hit for Carpenter. Ground ball. LeMahieu. Hill, Pena, they turn it 5-2 to 3. Cardinals have bounced into 2 more tonight. 164 on the year.
Come over here. You got your deep fryers, your grill. You're gonna take this and scrape off all the dripping. Follow me. And the grease goes in here. All of it? Not all of it.
Get deep flavor without the deep fryer. The new Subway Oven Crisp Chicken. Always baked, never fried. It's a taste breakthrough and part of a Subway Fresh Fit meal.
Sorry, I couldn't get away.
You can now.
Okay, kids, our cable will let us record one more show. Who should get it?
I really love Jennifer.
Yeah, she's great. Yeah. Kyle's got that thick head of hair.
And that should be rewarded.
Okay, moment of truth. On 3, say which kid you love the most.
Ooh, fun, yeah.
1, 2, 3,
Jennifer. Whoa.
Wow. Ah, she's so pretty.
Yeah.
Or we give it to Kyle. It's really all he's got.
Switch to AT&T U-verse and record 4 shows all at the same time. Just $29 a month for 6 months. AT&T.
Time to take a look at our Coors Light freeze cam. DJ LeMahieu 0 for 2 at the plate, but he's made a couple of sparkling defensive plays, including this one, robbing Ryan Theriot of extra bases, going up the ladder to snare that line drive. Freeze cam brought to you by Frost Brewed Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer. And then a beautifully turned 5-2-3 double play to get Ryan Dempster out of a jam.
Yeah, we were talking during the break about how comfortable LeMahieu is with the glove.
Yeah, some guys look very comfortable at the plate. Other guys look very comfortable with that leather on their hand. And LeMahieu can pick it as good as anybody in the organization.
Very accurate arm. He did have the dropped pop-up the other day, but that's the exception to the rule so far for the rookie. Ryan Dempster's spot, by the way, due up third this inning, and that one eludes David Freese. It's got to be an error, and LeMahieu's going to make second. Fairly routine on a backhand, and Freese let it get by him.
Hanging breaking ball in the middle of the plate. Yeah, Freese just did not get the glove down there. Another half a step. He could smother that ball. It was hit so hard he had plenty of time to make the play, but it gets underneath. That'll be an E5. The Cubs have a runner in scoring position with nobody out here in the top of the 7th.
Well, Rafael Furcal opened the floodgates in the 9th inning against the Mets yesterday with an error. As Coy Hill bunts, and Molina will take the out at first. They'll go 2-3 with Blake DeWitt coming up. He'll pinch hit for Dempster, who could get the win if the Cubs can get a run here in this inning.
And this would possibly be a situation where you could use Aramis Ramirez, because all you need is a sacrifice fly. He's got tremendous career numbers against Chris Carpenter. 25 for 68 lifetime. That's a .368 batting average. Blake DeWitt, on the other hand, has struggled against Chris Carpenter. 3 for 17 lifetime. That's a .176 average. I would like my chances. Obviously, Ramirez, we're not sure how he feels, what he's capable of doing at this stage with the quad muscle injury. But with the infield in, all you need is a fly ball to the outfield or a hard hit ball through the infield.
Ryan Dempster, by the way, who went 6 innings, walked 6 for the 4th time this year. But again has an opportunity for a win if the Cubs can score here in the 7th. Pitch to DeWitt, curveball outside, and it's 2-0. Grew up rooting for the Cardinals in Sikeston, Missouri. The Cubs' top pinch hitter. Getting just .213, but his 13 pinch hits are the 4th most in the majors. Ground ball, foul. Carpenter's 2-1. LeMahieu's got a hold. Theriot will underhand to Pujols. 2 outs.
Goes right over that low fastball from Chris Carpenter.
Carpenter won't do it, but if he just went by the at-bats tonight, he would walk Castro and Barney and pitch to Brian LaHare. Going to need to do that. As Berkman will make the catch, and Carpenter escapes. So he bails out David Freese, who committed that error. It's 1-1 in the 7th.
You think you colder than me? Turn on the radio, me. Turn on the TV, me. Turn on the movies, me. So what you got?
Coors Light?
Don't mean nothing.
Ice Cube is cold, but Coors Light is super cold.
Oh, it's on now.
Frost brewed Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer.
These obstacles are a challenge for any driver. But for the driver of a Lexus IS 250, the real challenge is doing it backwards. This is class-leading turning radius. This is precision you can feel. This is the Lexus IS. See your Chicago area and Northwest Indiana Lexus dealer.
Wow, what's that?
Oh, it's the new AT&T smartphone.
Nice. I wish I could afford one.
Yeah, I got a good deal. So.
Look at that screen. Fast, too, right?
Oh, yeah. Last week, FITD.
It streams movies. Real web browsing. Turn left now. Look at this camera. Hold on. Let's get a photo. I'm listening to downloaded music. Oh, I can afford that. See ya.
The AT&T Impulse 4G. For $29.99, there's no excuse not to get your own. AT&T.
After every Bears game, Bears Postgame Live presented by Illinois Back Institute, only on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend.
After the game, stick around for Coors Light Cubs Postgame Live. David Kaplan, Todd Hollinsworth break down the game and preview the Cubs' next matchup. Don't miss Coors Light Cubs Postgame Live immediately following the game right here on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend. Got a new pitcher for the Cubs. It's right-hander Jeff Samardzija. He'll face a pinch hitter, rookie Adrian Chambers, batting for the pitcher Chris Carpenter. Chambers with 2 hits, and they've both been big. Bases loaded pinch hit triple against the Mets on Tuesday and had the game-winning RBI with a base hit in the 11th inning 1 week ago at Philadelphia. It was his first major league hit.
The triple really no surprise for Chambers. Back in 09, he led the Florida State League with 16 triples in 122 ball games.
Left-handed hitter, Pensacola, Florida. And it takes ball 1. '38th round pick in 2007. 2-0. Jeff does not want to walk him.
No.
Would not be a good idea.
Good speed. Had a couple of seasons of 20 stolen bases in the minor leagues. Actually won at 20. Another 13. 14 last season, split between AA and AAA.
Former college defensive back at Mississippi State. He pops it up, and LeMahieu will have room over near the visitor's dugout.
Boy, every first out is huge in a tie ball game, especially against a manager that likes to push buttons the way Tony La Russa does. You get that first out with nobody on base, it really limits what he's able to do with the rest of the inning.
Base hit center field. John Jay is aboard. For Punto with 1 out.
How Apple Vacations and the Chicago Cubs are taking a trip to the Dominican Republic, and you can join. Stay 7 nights at Iberostar Hacienda Dominicus with your favorite Chicago Cubs players, including our buddy Zonk Keith Moreland. Go to applevacations.com/Cubs to learn more about this exclusive trip.
LeMahieu in at third as Punto takes a fastball low and outside. Nick is 0 for 2 with a walk. Runner goes, swing and a miss, throw to second. They will get him by a mile. Hit and run didn't work.
Not a great jump that time on the hit and run. You're not supposed to try to get a huge jump on the hit and run. You have to make sure that pitcher delivers the ball to home, and Coy Hill with a rocket throw to second base. Nowhere for John Jay to go.
Samardzija over his last 41 appearances with a 1.83 ERA. Has a scoreless streak up to 9 1/3 innings, including the 2 outs tonight. We could not get Punto to bite on a high fastball. 3-2 with Pujols lurking. McClellan will get the 8th. A ground ball up the middle and a base hit. So it will bring up Pujols. They have not posted it yet on the scoreboard here, but the Braves did beat the Nationals 7-4. So that hurts the Cardinals' chances. They're now 2.5 out in the wild card. Best they can do tonight would be to remain within 2. Milwaukee has grabbed a 4-1 lead over the Marlins in the bottom of the 8th. 3 runs in that inning on a home run by Ryan Braun. Well, I'm sure it's up for grabs at Miller Park right now. If the Brewers win, they'll be rooting for the Cardinals to lose, and they can sip some champagne tonight.
Cheese curd for everyone.
That would be a signature win for the Brewers. Homers from Fielder and Braun, and Giovanni Gallardo went 7 1/3, struck out 11, didn't walk anybody. Pujols pops it up. Pena and Hill get together, and it's going to be, as always, the taller of the 2 to make the catch. That'll get us to the 8th. Cubs won, Cardinals won.
Southwest makes the call.
What's the call?
I've got unnecessary bag fees.
Guys, I'm just driving.
Do I penalize for each bag fee? I would.
$120 round trip in bag fees?
Man, that's a low blow.
Guys, I gotta get going here.
Hey, you want me to throw you off the tarmac?
Bags fly free. Southwest Airlines. It's the right call.
Forget overpaid athletes. The High Life is sponsoring real folks. Nick Thompson, we want to be the official beer you and your nostalgia game of catch.
All right, thanks. Come on, Dad.
Get sponsored at MillerHighLife.com.
Join Menards this week in saluting our American-made products with Menards Made in the USA sale. Since 1952, Edsel has produced high-quality storage systems. Made in Chicago, Illinois, this heavy-duty steel 3-shelf kit is just $119. For outdoor storage, trust Rubbermaid. Made in Winfield, Kansas, this large vertical storage unit is constructed out of a durable, weather-resistant resin and is only $259.
Save big money at Menards. Right now at Subway restaurants, you can get a super deal on a super meal with our $5 Super Combo. That's any regular 6-inch sandwich plus today's soup for only $5, but only for a limited time. Subway, eat fresh.
2012, your best customers and guests are ready to play. The Wrigley Field Experience allows for your group to host an event at Wrigley Field on a non-game day. Event packages include batting practice, softball games, and much more. For more details, including 2012 dates and pricing, please call 773-404-4161 or visit Cubs.com/premier.
Here's Kyle McClellan, who went to the bullpen from the rotation after Edwin Jackson was acquired in late July. Not quite sure what or if any pitches he's dropped from time when he was a starter, but he's a guy who will mix up his pitches a fair amount.
I think he's kind of narrowed it down to a tailing two-seam fastball, a cut fastball, a curve, and an occasional straight changeup. Although if he feels the situation calls for it, he may throw any number of pitches. Was fooling around with a knuckleball a little bit. Two different changeups, the regular straight changeup along with the split finger for a time.
That was a curve that got away from him. 2-1. This Cardinal bullpen has been pretty ragged in terms of usage. Some guys haven't pitched a whole lot, and other guys have pitched maybe too much, as that ball will get down for Darwin Barney. He is thinking 3. A leadoff standing triple. Go ahead run at third with nobody out.
Well, he took advantage that time of the Cardinals defense playing him cheap out there. They didn't think Darwin Barney could drive the ball over their heads, especially John Jay in center field. Lance Berkman was shaded over toward the right field line just a little bit, leaving that big gap in right center. And when Jay couldn't get there, Darwin Barney's off to the races. A standing leadoff triple.
A roller, and Barney's going to hold as Pujols will tag the bag. So Laher is 0 for 4. And it'll bring up Pena. They will intentionally walk Pena with Soriano on deck.
Soriano, in limited at bats against Kyle McClellan, has had his number. 3 for 7 lifetime with a home run the last time he faced him.
Now he gets a visit from the acting pitching coach. It's bullpen coach Derek Lilliquist. Dave Duncan is away from the team. His wife had major brain surgery. And obviously Dave Duncan given as much time as he needs to be with his wife while she recovers. Paid crowd tonight, 40,355. The Cardinals going over 3 million in attendance for the 15th time. And the 8th consecutive season. Cubs went over 3 million at Wrigley on their final home date on Wednesday. 2-0 on Soriano. And a deep drive for Soriano. Back toward the bullpen. Gone. Cub fans and Brewer fans, no doubt, cheering that home run as the Cubs lead 4-1.
No doubter off the bat of Alfonso Soriano, our HP home run replay. That's what happens with an elevated fastball. Soriano, a real good low ball hitter, but in that particular situation, looking for something up in the zone, he got it and did not miss it.
There are young baseball fans in Milwaukee who love Alfonso Soriano. It's 4-1 here, and it's 4-1 there. So this division possibly could be wrapped up tonight. And the Cubs, who took 2 of 3 from the Brewers, trying to hand the Cardinals a devastating loss tonight. That would knock them 3 games out in the wild card. "25 home runs for Soriano. And he now has 26 RBIs over his last 27 games. Marlon Byrd out into medium depth in right center. John Jay for out number 2. Bullpen giving it up late again for St. Louis.
Boy, and a shaky bullpen is something that Tony La Russa must lose a lot of sleep at night. As much as he loves to play matchups, to have the bullpen come in and give up leads the way they have recently, he's got a really big auler.
Well, this time they give up a tie game as Alfonso Soriano untied it with a 3-run homer. 4-1 Cubs.
Is it really necessary?
necessary to brew Coors Light down as low as 34 degrees? Does it really matter if every beer is filtered cold, aged cold, and packaged cold? Do the mountains really need to turn blue when your beer's as cold as the Rockies? Is Rocky Mountain Cold Refreshment really that important? You be the judge. Frost brewed Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer.
Hang with us on Sportsnet Central. Every night on Comcast Sportsnet, Pat and Mark, Chuck, Sarah, Luke, Gail, Chris, and Kip bring you the Chicago sports coverage you crave. We capture the must-see highlights, deliver the late-breaking news, and produce the in-depth interviews the Chicago sports fan deserves. So hang with us on Sportsnet Central every day on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend. Go inside the lives of Chicago's biggest sports stars, only on Inside Look on Comcast Sportsnet. Your questions answered.
Having great fans like that, that's what makes playing here in Chicago so special.
Idols revisited.
Looking back now, yes, I should have been more relaxed and not putting this much pressure on myself.
And the stories behind the headlines revealed.
We feel that our legacy will live forever.
Catch a new interview every month with Inside Look on Comcast Sportsnet. Visit csnchicago.com for listings.
Hi, I'm David Kaplan with a Suzuki Sportsnet Central update. A programming reminder, flip over to Comcast Sportsnet the minute the Bears-Packers game goes final on Sunday. Bring you Jake Cutler and Lovey's post-game comments live, plus an all-pro panel. Pat Boyle with Jim Miller, Dan Jiggets, and Howard Griffith break down the game. That's all Sunday and after every Bears game only on CSN. Now, back to St. Louis with Len and Bob.
All right, Cap, thank you. Got some changes for the Cubs as Tony Campana is playing left for the guy who just gave the Cubs the lead, Alfonso Soriano. Reed Johnson in for Brian LaHare in right, and the pitcher is 6'7" left-hander Sean Marshall. It's a final in Milwaukee. Brewers 4, Marlins 1. I'm sure they've got this game tuned in the clubhouse. I'm sure the fans have stayed. They probably want to celebrate tonight at Miller Park. Cubs doing their best to help them as Lance Berkman on the first pitch singles into center.
The percentage move to turn Berkman around from the right side of the plate. He's a real good hitter from both sides, but much more accomplished as a left-handed hitter, both for average and for power.
And that extends his hitting streak now to 11. David Freese 0 for 2. He did walk in the 6th. Low for ball 1. Those of you who like the tight playoff races, you will be disappointed tonight because again, Milwaukee ready to wrap up the division. The Braves possibly could have a 3-game lead in the wild card, and over in the AL wild card race, Tampa Bay lost to the Blue Jays 5-1, where the Red Sox rained out in New York. So Tampa Bay 2.5 out. The Angels trail at home against the A's 1-0 in the bottom of the 3rd. Swing and a miss. So Freese is retired, 1 away.
Well, our Corona Extra pitch tracks had hard late breaking slider from Sean Marshall down and in. Freese swung right over the top twice in that sequence, and now you've got another double play candidate on this Cardinals roster. Yadier Molina 20 times this season has grounded into a double play.
Bob, the Rangers possibly could clinch the AL West tonight. They have a 5-3 lead in the 9th at home against Seattle. Their magic number's at 2. So if the Rangers win and the Angels lose, that division race will be over. Diamondbacks magic number is 1 in the West. You could have a lot of clinches tonight. San Francisco, however, is leading at AZ 1-0 in the top of the 5th. Matt Cain and Joe Saunders, a pitching matchup. Ground ball, and it's through. And the tying run will come to the plate, and a guy who certainly could tie it up with one swing, Alan Craig, will hit for Skip Schumacher. Molina, by the way, with 3 hits tonight. They've all been singles. And they've all been to center or right center.
Nice effort by Darwin Barney. Just a little bit too much topspin on that hard grounder back up the middle of the field. You mentioned Craig, a guy that definitely has home run power. However, I think his power is pretty much limited to left center and left field. We talked about it all the time in close ball games late. Make the other team beat you with a string of base hits the other way. Don't give them the opportunity to perhaps pull a ball down that left field line for a cheap home run.
Well, Craig's playing time could increase next year depending on whether Albert Pujols returns or not. He's played just about everywhere. Put Lance Berkman at first. You can put Craig out in right. Mayhew will step on third, and they've turned 3 of them tonight. After 8, Cubs 4, Cardinals 1.
Visit Lowe's to pick up your instant win game card for a chance to win World Series tickets. Compliments of Scott's.
Shrimp is our most popular promotion at Red Lobster. There's so many choices. The guests love it.
It's endless shrimp today at Red Lobster. As much as you like, any way you like new sweet and spicy shrimp, all for $15.99.
My name is Angela Trapp, and I see food differently.
Right now at Luna, get 70% off all floors. Plus, get $200 off by scheduling your free estimate at Luna.com. There's more to love for less.
773-202 Luna.
Wow, what's that?
Oh, it's the new AT&T smartphone.
Nice. I wish I could afford one.
Yeah, I got a good deal.
Look at that screen. Fast, too, right?
Oh, yeah. Last week, FITD.
It streams movies. Real web browsing. Turn left now. Look at this camera. Hold on. Let's get a photo. I'm listening to downloaded music.
Oh, I can afford that.
See ya.
The AT&T Impulse 4G. For $29.99, there's no excuse not to get your own. AT&T.
Sunday, Randy Wells takes the mound when the Cubs and Cardinals square off for the final time this season. Coverage starts at 12:30 with Chevy Cubs pregame live. Don't miss a minute of the action. Cubs and Cardinals coverage beginning at 12:30 Sunday on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend. Alan Craig, who just rolled into that 5-3 double play, will stay in and play left. And kind of the forgotten man in the Cardinal bullpen, Mitchell Boggs, who came in on Saturday for the first time in 2 weeks. He has not been very busy. But Jason Mott and Fernando Salas in particular have been very busy. And they struggled yesterday in that 9th inning.
Boggs basically a two-pitch guy. Good fastball in the mid to upper 90s with a little bit of tailing action and a hard slider. He does have a straight changeup, but he rarely uses it.
There's the Cubs closer, Carlos Marmol. And a rip back through the box for a base hit. I know you got up early this morning to go fishing. What time were you up?
4:30.
Okay, so for a 7:15 start, you got up at 4:30. You got a noon start tomorrow, so are you just going to go fishing right after the game tonight?
I'm just going to stay right here. Probably the last time we'll get an opportunity to go fishing on the road this year. I want to thank John Casey and Jim Metter once again, our two buddies here in St. Louis, that we go catch them. And Otis, by the way, Tom Hellman, the Cubs clubhouse attendant supreme, caught the big fish for the year today. 4 pounds 1 ounce.
What did he catch?
It was a bass inside a bass. A big bass.
2 for 1, huh?
A big bass with a small bass still in his mouth.
You heard Molina screaming 2-2-2, so Freeze able to get Coy Hill at second.
Now this should be fun. One of the better throwing catchers in all of baseball behind the plate, and arguably one of the better stolen basemen in the National League. Cardinals able to get the lead runner Coy Hill at second base. They had no chance.
You mentioned the other day when we were at Wrigley Field talking about the cutout near first and third, and that it's not uniform around baseball. Well, it's a big, huge curve they have here in St. Louis. If Campana gets all the way to that edge, that'll be about the biggest lead he could ever have.
I think if he gets all the way to that edge, he'll get picked off. That's why it's very important for base runners and base stealers especially to get out on the field before the ball game.
He is running. Here's the throw by Molina. It's to the shortstop side, and I don't think he had a chance anyway. And Campana has the bag.
Well, Molina knew he really had to rush. Tough pitch to handle, 2 up and into Starlin Castro. And you have to drag that ball all the way back across your body, try to get that shoulder closed quickly. And Molina pulls his throw to the shortstop side of the bag, allowing Campana to slide in safely. That's stolen base number 23 in 25 attempts for Tony Campana.
base hit into center. Campana rounding third. 5-1. Castro with hit number 201, and it's an RBI knock to boot.
Again, the speed of Tony Campana helps create a run for the Cubs as Starlin Castro smokes that ball back up the middle of the field. Poor throw that time from John Jay. Actually short hopped the cutoff man. They had no chance once again on Tony Campana. We say that a lot when Tony's on base. No chance. No chance.
Barney with a go-ahead run after he tripled and would eventually walk home on the 3-run homer by Alfonso Soriano. Scored the tying and go-ahead runs tonight. Bouncer, and they get the out at second and at first. 5-4-3 double play. Cubs add to their lead, however. It does take a save chance from Marmol, but Carlos coming in with a 5-1 cushion.
Whoa, you went to a Subway restaurant. What are you saving up for? Are you buying a private island?
No.
Building your own space station?
No.
Are you getting a robot butler?
No.
Upgrading to bionic legs?
What? No.
Are you building a secret city at the bottom of the ocean?
No. I just like saving money on the food I like.
Oh, I knew that.
Right now, you can get a super combo for only $5. That's any regular 6-inch sub plus today's soup for only $5. Subway. Eat fresh.
GMC Truck Month. For all those times when it's just you and your trailer. For all those times when the job demands that you stay connected. For those times when nothing comes between you and the game, we offer our best Sierra ever. During GMC Truck Month, get 0% financing for 60 months, plus $1,000 cash allowance on Sierra, plus 1 year of SiriusXM satellite radio, including every NFL game.
Okay, kids, our cable will let us record one more show. Who should get it?
I really love Jennifer.
Yeah, she's great. Kyle's got that thick head of hair.
And that should be rewarded.
Okay, moment of truth. On 3, say which kid you love the most.
Ooh, fun, yeah.
1, 2, 3.
Jennifer. Whoa.
Ah, she's so pretty.
Yeah.
Or will we give it to Kyle? It's really all he's got.
Switch to AT&T Uverse and record 4 shows all at the same time. Just $29 a month for 6 months. AT&T.
Back here in St. Louis, Carlos Marmol on to try to get the win for Jeff Samardzija. It will not be a save chance for him, however. With a 4-run lead. The win tonight for Samardzija would be his 8th, all in relief. Ryan Terrio will lead it off. Looks like Daniel Descalso will bat in the pitcher spot.
Need to tell you, Len, how important it is to end this game in 4 hitters or less.
That would be a good idea.
Yeah, when Albert Pujols made the last out in the 7th inning, I thought we were pretty safely done with him for the evening, but it all depends on Carlos Marmol and his command.
Good fastball. That one clocked at 94 miles an hour. Not a velocity we've seen a whole lot from Marmol this year. Swing and a miss, strike 3.
Earlier this season when former teammate Carlos Zambrano was critical of Carlos Marmol for throwing a slider to Ryan Theriot. Said, no, everybody knows Theriot can't hit a fastball. Well, 3 straight fastballs just blew Theriot away that time.
Two and 0 on the pinch hitter, Descalzo. To give up just 1 run when you walk 7 guys as a staff, but that's what's happened tonight. Dempster walked 6, and Marmol with the free pass of Descalzo. They've limited them to 8 hits, and they've gone 0 for 6 with runners in scoring position.
Ah, the double play ball.
And the double play. Yeah, 3 of them. Let's see, the Cardinals, I mentioned they were nearing the club, or the NL record. They're 1 away from tying the all-time National League record of 166 set by the 58 St. Louis Cardinals. 1-1 on John Jay. Waited back on a slider and couldn't get it. 1-2. Descalzo takes second. Will not be given a stolen base. Keep them out of the double play here. Swing and a miss on a slider. 2 down. Now you don't have to worry about Pujols as the tying run. However, Lance Berkman would be if Punto and Pujols reach. Strike away.
More fastballs than we're used to seeing from Carlos Marmol so far tonight, and I think the Cardinals feel the same way. Taking a lot of very hittable fastballs.
Right back to Marmol. Cubs win. Cubs win 5-1 the final. The Cardinals officially eliminated from the division race, and they're now 3 games behind the wild card leading Braves with just 5 to play. So the Cubs win 5-1. The Brewers have clinched the division. And a nice comeback. They were down only 1-0, but facing Chris Carpenter, they really didn't have much going early. They were able to tie it up on the Pena double in the 6th, and then Alfonso Soriano with a big blast in the 8th.
Huge, huge home run. We talked about the great batting practice he took today, and he carried it right into the ball game.
So time now for our GMC player of the game. It goes to Starlin Castro. Congrats to him. 2 hits tonight, the first of which gave him 200 for the season. He's the youngest Cub ever with 200 hits in a year.
And he's not done. He's got 5 more ball games. Who knows how many he might end up with.
Starlin Castro, our GMC player of the game. So the Cubs will go for 3 in a row tomorrow, as Rodrigo Lopez will face Kyle Loesch. And that'll do it for our game coverage. Once again, the final score: the Cubs 5, the Cardinals 1. We're back with you here on CSN Sunday at 1 for the series finale, 12:30 for pregame live. In-game scoring provided by ScorePad. And now for Bob Brenly, Bob Albrecht, Dave Turner, Tamara Anderson, and our entire crew here in St. Louis. This is Len Casper inviting you to stay tuned. Coors Light post-game live is next.
All right, Len, the Cubs provide a spoiler alert in St. Louis. Hi, everyone. Pat Boyle standing by with GMC Sportsnet Central immediately following Coors Light Cubs postgame live. The Blackhawks notched their first win of the preseason in their first tilt at the United Center. Both highlights and postgame reaction. On the south side, the cloudy future of Sox skipper Ozzie Guillen was again a hot topic of conversation. We'll hear from Ozzie, Kenny, and the captain, Paul Konerko, regarding Ozzie's future. And the Bears say they aren't using Sunday's game as payback for last year's NFC title loss to the Packers. We're building a bridge to high school lights on GMC Sportsnet Central immediately following Coors Light Cubs postgame live, Holiday's last Friday night with Cap. Have him do his Gene Shalit impression. It killed earlier.
I love this card. With the Bank AmeriCard Cash Rewards credit card,
We earn more cash back for the things we buy most.
that's 1% cash back everywhere, every time. 2% on groceries.
3% on gas, automatically. No hoops to jump through.
That's 1% cash back on Oscar.
Tony.
Oscar.
2% back on whatever she'll eat.
3% back on filling up this baby.
Now get 1, 2, 3% cash back.
It's that simple.
Apply online or at a Bank of America near you.
We're talking 3% back on gas.
You know what sells? Sex. You know what it sells? Beer. It won't sell an important thing like a car. What will? Well, the Honda Civic received a 2011 Highest Initial Quality Award from J.D. Power and Associates, and right now you can get a stellar deal on one. That's what sells a car. But a little bit of sex doesn't hurt. Come see the wide selection and great offers at your Honda dealer today.
That's awesome. You can read that.
The AccuFit digital system, exclusively at LensCrafters, is about 5 times more precise than manual measurement techniques. So you get vision that makes the world as clear as it can be. LensCrafters.
We're good at tailgating, but to be great, well, you need a little coaching.
That's where I come in. Coach, are we running super cold activation today? Always, Gary. Only Coors Light tells you when your beer goes from cold to super cold. Frost brewed on 3. 1, 2, 3. Frost brewed. Ice down those Coors Lights, baby. Ice.
When it comes to big refreshment, we could all use a little coaching.
Nice crossing pattern, Randy.
We're tailgating at the next level.
Don't do it, don't you do it.
Frost Brewed Coors Light, the game's most refreshing beer.
A little help, guys.
Cubs baseball on Comcast Sportsnet is brought to you in part by Southwest Airlines. Find our fares online only at southwest.com. Menards. Save big money at Menards on all your home improvement needs. Xfinity. Cubs baseball in high definition is brought to you by Xfinity. Midas. For brakes, oil changes, and tires, trust the Midas touch. AT&T. And by Toyota. Visit your local Toyota dealer today for great savings on Toyota's all-star lineup of fuel-efficient vehicles. Official partner of the Chicago Cubs. This is Coors Light Cubs postgame live.
And there it is, number 200 for Starlin Castro. Congratulations, the youngest Cub ever with a 200-hit season.
Cubs get it done tonight, 5-1, sending a serious blow to the Cardinals' postseason hopes. Starlin Castro gets a couple of knocks. 5-1, your final. Well, welcome to Coors Light post-game live alongside former Cub Todd Hollingsworth. I'm David Kaplan. Okay, 5-1. They beat the Cardinals. The rivalry, the whole deal. But Starlin also has a big night.
Well, Starlin has a big night. That was an awful lot of fun, but I love beating the Cardinals. That's my big thing.
Isn't that great?
Well, this is what it's all about. You find things to motivate yourself, to get you excited, to get out there and get it done. And the Cubs showed up tonight. Dempster, he did a solid job. He worked around some guys. I know we were talking about the walks and whatnot, but it was just a fun ball game. It was intense. You felt those moments, and you get the big home run from Alfonso Soriano. I love it. There's nothing better than playing spoilers sometimes.
You're absolutely right. Time now for our Sports Authority play of the game. And it was the first hitter of the evening, Starlin Castro against Chris Carpenter, sitting at 199 hits, and there's the line drive, and what a great moment.
Well, how appropriate that he's going to center field right there. I think that really sums up his season. I mean, that was the one thing for me that Starlin, he never fell into one of those spots where he was trying to pull everything or trying to hit home runs or outthought himself at the plate. That's the one thing I give him an awful lot of credit for. He can get rid of a bad at bat and give you a good one right after that, and you see it right there. Just a great approach. Chris Carpenter on the mound tonight. That's the book on Chris Carpenter. Stay up the middle. Don't try to do too much. String together a few hits, and you see it right out of the gate right there. So impressive.
And just 4 hits away from tying Billy Williams for the most hits by a Cub since 1940. We were talking about going back over 70 years. And, Juan Pierre was vilified on the north side, yet he had a 204 hit 2006. But Starlin with a chance to get, you got to think, 206, 207, 208.
Very, very realistic. He's got the 2 more games in St. Louis. He's hit St. Louis pretty well this season. You've got 3 games in San Diego. Test's is probably going to be there if he doesn't get it done in St. Louis. A little bit tougher park to hit in. Pretty good starting pitching, pretty good bullpen, but I think he gets it done. Again, he's such a difficult man to pitch to because he covers the entire plate and some. And he's an aggressive hitter. He goes up there looking to hit. He gets hits off pitchers' pitches quite often, and you saw that a little bit tonight. Chris Carpenter made some good pitches to him. Got him out a few times, but again, you make that one mistake, he makes you pay. Starlin, fantastic season. You certainly have been our brightest star, and we're excited to watch you down the stretch.
Yeah, you see the numbers right there. Not too many guys able to get 200-plus hits in a season at age 21 or younger. A-Rod, the high water mark at 215. Time for our Felco coming home moment. Cubs are tied at 1. Alfonso Soriano at the plate, and Alfonso Soriano has just left the building.
2-0 fastball jumps all over it. The big blow in this ball game. I talk about it all the time. You felt like there were some opportunities in this ball game to drive in some runs. LaHare had a few opportunities tonight. He did not come through, but you know what? It's the number of opportunities you give yourself. It's not going 2 for 4. Sometimes it's going 4 for 20. I mean, if you're going to give yourself 20 opportunities and you only come through 4 times, you certainly gave yourself more of a chance. I think this is the game that you saw right here. The Cubs did that tonight, got guys on base. They just, were waiting for that one big hit, and they finally got it.
Yeah, as we head to our first break, let's check out our Cubs opinion poll question. Who is your National League MVP choice? A. Matt Kemp, B. Ryan Braun, C. Prince Fielder, D. El Hombre, Albert Pujols. Log on to CSNChicago.com. Visit the Cubs team page. Cast your vote. We'll have the results later on Coors Light Cubs Postgame Live. Be right back.
Xfinity TV from Comcast gives you access to 10,000 on-demand titles and the best HD picture quality. Call 1-800-XFINITY today. Sports Authority is proud to be the official sporting goods retailer of the Chicago Cubs. Sports Authority, all things sporting good.
It's the bottom of the ninth. Full count. It all comes down to this pitch. Darryl steps up to the plate. It could be. It could be. It's gone. Darryl has done it again.
Everything baseball. Sports Authority, all things sporting good. Proud supporter of Backyard Dreams and the Chicago Cubs.
We're good at tailgating, but to be great, well, you need a little coaching.
That's where I come in. Coach, are we running super cold activation today? Always, Gary. Only Coors Light tells you when your beer goes from cold to super cold. Frost brewed on 3. 1, 2, 3. Frost brewed. Ice down those Coors Lights, baby. Ice.
When it comes to big refreshment, we could all use a little coaching.
Nice crossing pattern, Randy.
We're tailgating at the next level.
Don't do it. Don't you do it.
Frost brewed Coors Light, the game's most refreshing beer.
A little help, guys.
Meet the Mazda 3 4-door, 5-door, and the one and only Mazda Speed 3. No other car in its class looks like it, feels like it, or most importantly, drives like it. This is a car worth driving, and that's the only kind of car we build. We build Mazdas. What do you drive? Get the Mazda 3 with 0% APR for 60 months plus $500 owner loyalty cash.
Hey, this is Tom. How do you guys feel about our pitching rotation?
I got it.
I got it.
I got it. I got it. I got it. I got it.
Comcast Sportsnet fields your questions. Catch us on Sportsnet Central or CSNChicago.com. Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend.
I got it. I got it. I got it.
Wednesday, the excitement of Blackhawks hockey is back on Comcast Sportsnet. Tune in for a preseason battle with the Hawks' biggest rival as they take on the Wings at the UC. Coverage begins at 7 with Chevy Blackhawks pregame live. Blackhawks Red Wings, Wednesday night at 7 on Comcast Sportsnet. Hang with us on Sportsnet Central. Every night on Comcast Sportsnet, Pat and Mark, Chuck, Sarah, Luke, Gail, Chris, and Kip bring you the Chicago sports coverage you crave. We capture the must-see highlights, deliver the late-breaking news, and produce the in-depth interviews the Chicago sports fan deserves. So hang with us on Sportsnet Central, presented by GMC, tonight after postgame live on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend.
You're watching Comcast Sportsnet, now part of the NBC Sports Group.
Best Buy offers you the perfect match promise. Bring home the big TV of your dreams. Satisfaction guaranteed.
Time now for our Four Seasons heating and air conditioning. Who's hot and who's not so hot? Let's look at opponents at Busch Stadium. How about Will Venable? 484 at Busch Stadium. 15 for 31, 3 knocked in. Andrew Jones, 435. Then Ross Gloden, ex-Cub and White Sox. 389, 7 for 18 with 0 Ks. Who's ice cold? How about Ryan Spilborghs? 095. Brett Wallace, 130. Jay Bruce, just a $151 and 18 Ks. Time now for the Subway winning box score, and it's the Cubs box score. And you look at the numbers, couple for Starlin, couple for Darwin. He had a triple. Carlos Pena 1 for 1 and 3 walks. Love seeing the plate approach.
Well, yeah, Carlos Pena, real nice game tonight, especially against Chris Carpenter. I remember facing him myself. I mean, he is dirty. He'll throw the cutter in on your hands, the sinker away. You're guarding both sides of the plate. Very, very consistent. Throws an awful lot of strikes. You got to be thinking with Chris Carpenter. Carlos Pena did a very, very good job of that tonight, thinking along with him. Looked in at times, was able to hit the double down the line. Other times he was working around him, was able to take the pitches and battle him.
Still to come on the show, we will look at tomorrow's pitching matchup. Stay with us. Coors Light Cubs postgame live rolls on at CSN.
Cubs postgame live is brought to you in part by Suzuki Auto's all-wheel drive lineup. Suzuki, the power of engineering.
Suzuki vehicles have been receiving rave reviews, and for good reason.
Every Suzuki comes with America's #1 warranty, as well as the highest frontal safety rating in America. So come check out the great deals on our highly acclaimed Suzuki Kizashi Sports Sedan, Sporty SX4, or our adventure-ready Grand Vitara compact SUV. And see why the great reviews keep rolling in. Suzuki, the power of engineering. Now get 0% financing on all new Suzuki models. Hurry in.
The home side is something going on across.
Some watch simply for the love of the game.
The big guy.
Others seek out the best players or the biggest matchups and wait for the unpredictable outcome. But for most fans, it's about experiencing every magic moment live as it happens, one history-making play at a time. Switch to Xfinity and get TV, phone, and internet for just $99 a month for 12 months, plus an HD DVR free for 3 months. Call 1-800-XFINITY today.
Would somebody please give me some good news?
Right now at Feldco, buy one window, get one free.
Call 866 for Feldco.
GMC Truck Month. For all those times when it's just you and your trailer. For all those times when the job demands that you stay connected. For those times when nothing comes between you and the game. We offer our best Sierra ever. During GMC Truck Month, get 0% financing for 60 months, plus $1,000 cash allowance on Sierra, plus 1 year of SiriusXM satellite radio, including every NFL game.
Join Menards this week in saluting our American-made products with Menards Made in the USA sale. Legato carpet tiles by Milliken are made in LaGrange, Georgia, and have an attached pad for comfort underfoot. Fuse comes in 2 colors, just $238 a square foot. For over 90 years, Timber Products has produced a wide range of wood products. Made in Medford, Oregon, 3/4-inch thick birch, red oak, or maple veneer plywood are only $38.99 each.
Save big money at Menards.
Cubs Postgame Live is brought to you in part by Menards. Save big money at Menards on all your home improvement needs. Now time for the Autotrader.com Head and Heart Player of the Game.
Our player of tonight's game is Starlin Castro. Look at that batting average, 307, 201 hits, 91 runs scored. Got 21 steals and an OBP of 435.
Autotrader.com. Find a brand spanking new car your head and heart can agree on.
Let's look at the NL wild card standings. There you have the Cardinals now 3 back. Giants are leading right now, trying to stay 4.5 back. They are on major league life support. This was a major loss for the Cards tonight, Holly.
Close to over. This is on the Braves right now. They take care of their business. This thing's going to wrap itself up. St. Louis has backed themselves into a corner. This is a game that they had to have tonight. You sensed it. You saw it early, playing for the early lead. They get the suicide squeeze by pitcher Chris Carpenter. And you felt like that might just be enough. But again, they were able to get some, the Cubs were able to battle back and get some guys on and get the big home run by Soriano.
Cardinals gave one back to the Mets last night, so those 2 losses back-to-back are just killers.
Their bullpen has really struggled. I think that's the one thing that's really, the Cardinals have really frayed right there. The starting pitching has settled down. They got a hot hitter in Albert Pujols hitting .397 coming into tonight's game, and they're rallying around him, going 12-3 over the last 15 ball games. But you look at the 2 games that they've lost. The bullpen unraveled once. They've had to have some big comebacks late, but tonight they just didn't have it. The Cubs went out there and played a better game. Some great defensive plays by DJ LeMahieu over at third base. Some uncharacteristic double plays in tonight's ball game. And, the Cubs did just an awful lot of things right. They picked out the guys that they were going to avoid in the lineup. Dempster did a great job of that, and good bullpen as well.
Earlier in our show, we asked in our poll question, who is your National League MVP? You said Matt Kemp and Ryan Braun, tied at 34%. How do you vote, Holly?
Matt Kemp, absolutely. I'm not voting for any of these guys because I have to see them all the time and they're in my division.
Really?
Oh, yeah, I don't want to see any of them.
I'm voting Ryan Braun. He's had a ridiculous
No,
year.
But Matt Kemp's had more ridiculous year.
And you got a little Dodger still.
That's right.
All right, let's check out the pitching matchup for tomorrow's game. Rodrigo Lopez is going to the bump against Kyle Loesch.
Well, this is going to be a test for Rodrigo Lopez. Really, he's been throwing the ball better of late, but he's going to have to find a way to get himself through the lineup the second and third time. That's where he's really struggled. He's made pitches early in ball games. He's come out and gotten himself ground balls, but the mistakes seem to show up 4th, 5th, and 6th innings. Guys make plays behind him. If he's going to make some pitches, he can go out there and have another solid ball game. Plus, he's still got the motivating factor of wanting to beat the Cardinals in a meaningful game. Again, they're 3 games back with only 5 games left. I mean, unless Atlanta does, just completely flops right now, St. Louis is they're up the creek right now.
No, and he's also pitching to try and get a spot on a team star for starting pitching for next year. Thank you for watching Coors Light Cubs Post-Game Live. For Holly, our great CSN crew, I'm David Kaplan. Stand by, Sportsnet Central with Patrick Boyle, who's a big Gene Shalit fan. That is next.
Cubs Post-Game Live is presented to you by Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer.
We're good at tailgating, but to be great, well, you need a little coaching.
That's where I come in. Coach, are we running super cold activation today? Always, Gary. Only Coors Light tells you when your beer goes from cold to super cold. Frost brewed on 3. 1, 2, 3. Frost brewed. Ice down those Coors Lights, baby. Ice.
When it comes to big refreshment, we could all use a little coaching.
Nice crossing pattern, Randy.
We're tailgating at the next level.
Don't do it. Don't you do it.
Frost brewed Coors Light, the game's most refreshing beer.
A little help, guys.
Meet the Mazda crossovers, the 5-passenger Mazda CX-7 and the 7-passenger Mazda CX-9. Style, luxury, safety, plus one feature that trumps them all: how it drives. We build Mazdas. What do you drive? Now get the Mazda CX-9 for 0% APR for 60 months plus 500 APR cash and 500 owner loyalty cash.
$381! Gotta train more.
Wait for me. Wait for me.
You're killing me, Howard. How much more of this?
Man, the way you train, you can probably eat whatever you want.
You gotta eat right. Egg white and cheese with Black Forest ham on flat bread.
Subway helps Ryan Howard go long with the high-protein breakfast he loves and his favorite mega tasty subs.
Subway, the official training restaurant of Ryan Howard and athletes everywhere.
I didn't know AutoTrader.com had new cars. But what kind of deal can I get?
On AutoTrader.com, you can now compare brand spanking new cars and special offers.
That one.
So you can find the one new car your head and heart can agree on.
Whoa.
AutoTrader.com.
An airline's job is to take you from where you are to where you need to be. And we're not just talking about points on a map. With a more intuitive Delta website and mobile app and the most Wi-Fi equipped planes, we let you be everywhere at once. Innovations like these are extending our reach so that you can extend yours. And now, even at 30,000 feet, you can still touch the ground.
Cubs Post-Game Live is brought to you in part by Delta. Keep climbing.
Hi, I'm John Grabo. The most Cubs games are right here on Comcast Sportsnet.
Alexander the Great leads the Caps into the United Center for the Hawks preseason home opener.
And there it is, number 200.
Starlin Castro makes history in St. Louis, while the White Sox contemplate a future without their manager.
I have no idea, man. I don't make those calls.
I'm tired of that all day, every day.
And the Bears know they have to bring their A game against the defending world champs.
You really have to be disciplined.
You'll fall for this edition of Sportsnet Central. Let's go.
This is Sportsnet Central, presented by GMC.
Oh, that music can only mean one thing. Coming up at the top of the hour, 11 o'clock, it's High School Lights presented by Lemonhead. Sarah Kustok has all the Week 5 action from the high school gridiron. Plus, tune in to find out who's this week's Muscle Milk Team of the Week. Again, that comes your way in 29 minutes. Thanks for hanging out with us for Sportsnet Central, presented by GMC on this Friday night. I am Pat Boyle. We'll have the latest injury news on the Bears before the big game against the Packers. But we start with a few comments on Ozzie Guillen's job status. We had some role-playing today on the South Side. Ozzie was asked if he was Jerry Reinsdorf, would he give Ozzie a contract extension?
No. Because I'm part of this group. I'm part of, hey, wait a minute, Obama asked for extension. Well, I should ask for one. Obama asking right now for 4 more years. What I could. Yeah, I mean, I think you always knock the door to see what you get. All right? That's all you did. I don't say they have to or they don't. But my job is just make sure to ask. You know what I mean? Well, you go to date a girl, you're not going to ask her to go out with her, or you're just that good to say, okay, I'm here, come for me. You got to knock the door and see what's going on. But in the meanwhile, I don't really care what they think. I'm tired of that all day, every day. People everywhere I go, they ask me the same question, and they got mad at me because I answer. Right now, I'm in the point like, hey, man, whatever it is, it is. Is I'm back here, good. Is I'm not, good. It's just that's the way it is.
I would rather do it privately. Whether or not we have plans to sit down or when, where, how, what the ultimate result is going to be and all that, I think it's speculation that is dangerous, and it's unnecessary. I would rather, now I know that it hasn't been exactly private, but I think everybody's better served if it is. It's just a more respectful way to do business.
I don't know what's going to happen, but I would say this. I mean, anything's in play. I mean, anything from a player to a coach to a manager to anybody that's involved in the organization, on the baseball side of it, anybody who's been around the game or been around sports in general, if you pay attention, I mean, when things don't go right and they really are supposed to go right, anything is in play to happen.
All right, so Ozzie's job status, the topic before the game and after as well. As for tonight's game against the Royals and Bruce Chen, the soft-tossing lefty has won both his starts on the South Side earlier this season. Rough night for righty Zach Stewart. Bottom second, Eric Hosmer is at the plate, hitting .373 against the Sox this year, and he adds to that, taking Stewart for a ride. His 19th of the year for the rookie. Bottom second, Chen on the bump. He's only allowed 1 run in 12 innings at U.S. Cellular Field this year. Alejandro De Azo with 2 men on, frozen, called third strike. Next it's Brent Morel. He pops it up. That would end the threat. We go to the 4th, and that's where things got pretty ugly. It's 3-0 Royals when Salvador Perez goes oppo. That's a 3-run homer, and it's 6-love KC. In the 5th, it's the Royals by a touchdown. Zach Stewart still in there. Jeff Francoeur with a man on. He launches one. Stewart giving up 9 runs in 4 innings of work. Chen goes 8, gives up just 1 run on 2 hits. Royals take it 11-1 afterwards. Paul Konerko, who homered in this one, says despite the loss, they hope to end the season on a high note.
The season's going to end in 5 days, one way or the other. The best thing we can do is just come in here and do it right and, play hard and just leave it out there. And then when it's over, you'll feel okay about it and be able to hold your head up high. And that's about it. I mean, you hope you get wins out of it, but at this point, the effort's what's key. And just going out and giving what you have. Whatever's asked of you, come in and do. And it will end. And, we'll get on with our lives after it.
Cubs finishing up their season on the road, playing the role of spoiler in their 3-game series against wild-card hopeful Cardinals, who were trying to get past that meltdown against the Mets yesterday. Starlin Castro couldn't get his 200th hit at Wrigley last week, but didn't waste any time in St. Louis. Top of the 1st, second pitch of the game.
And there it is, number 200 for Starlin Castro. Congratulations, the youngest Cub ever with a 200-hit season.
Len Casper with a call right here on Comcast Sportsnet. Castro's National League leading 200 hit. Since 1900, only 10 players have reached 200 hits at the age of 21 or younger. So Amazing accomplishment for the young man. Bottom of the second, runners on the corners. Chris Carpenter lays down a perfect bump. Suicide squeeze. Skip Schumacher scores. It's 1-0 Cards. We go to the top of the sixth. Runner on first. Carlos Pena sending one to the corner. It's going to get to the wall. Darwin Barney working his way around the base path. And he's in there. RBI double for Pena. Go to the eighth inning now. 2 men on for Alfonso Soriano. Hey now. Connecting on the 3-run shot, his 25th. 4-1 Cubs as they play the spoiler, beat the Cardinals. 5-1 is your final. So you take a look at the numbers here. 8 hits for the Cardinals, but they could only come up with the 1 run. Milwaukee, by the way, clinches the division. That brings us to the wild card. Cardinals, Giants chasing the Braves for that NL mulligan. Atlanta taking on Steven Strasburg and the Nationals tonight. Braves got to Strasburg early. 2-0 in the first. Jack Wilson sends one in the left. Dan Uggla will plate. It's 3-0 Atlanta. Fifth inning now, 4-1. 2 runners on for Brian McCann. He goes shopping at the gap. Couple runs would score, and Braves go on to win this one 7-4 in Washington. So here's up to the second look at the NL wild card situation. Right now, the Cardinals are 3 games back of the Braves. The Giants, 4.5 games back. The Rays looking to get a little closer to the wild card. The Red Sox rained out tonight, top of 3. David Price on the mound. Goes back to Price, throws high over Kelly Shoppach. 2 runs will score, and it's 2-0 Jays. Top of 6, 4-0 Blue Jays. Kelly Johnson takes Price to the people. Toronto goes on to win this one 5-1. So the Yanks and Red Sox game was postponed. They will play 2 on Sunday. The Rays are a game and a half back now. Boston, the Angels, 3 games back. Hockey now, Corey Crawford picked up a 3-year contract extension this past offseason. He knows he'll be the starter for Joel Quenneville. The backup gig is still up for grabs between veteran Ray Emery and rookie Alexander Salak, who probably has the early edge on Emery. Crawford made his first start of the preseason tonight at the United Center. The Hawks put on a nice show for their fans in the first tune-up. Corey Crawford getting ready to go for his first dress rehearsal. Late in the first, Alexander Ovechkin's long shot deflected by Joel Ward. Capitals with a 1-0 lead. Midway through the second, still 1-0. Victor Stahlberg speeds into the Cap zone, gets to the net. Backhand shot is stopped by Tomas Vokoun. Later in the period, the youngster Brandon Saad up ahead of Dave Bolin on the break, but Vokoun with the kick save there. Now in the third, Hawks finally get on the board. A 2-on-1 break here. Saad feeding Stahlberg. Game tied at 1. UC going nuts. Just over 3 minutes later, Jonathan Taves makes the pass around Ovechkin to Stahlberg, and he gets the wraparound. Hawks up 2-1. A little bit later on, defenseman Steve Montador loses the edge, turns the puck over. Matt Hendricks capitalizes with a goal. Game tied at 2. Under 4. Still tied. Taves skates in the zone, dumps it to Saad, and he has the top shelf wrister that rips the water bottle. It's 3-2 Hawks. Final seconds. Mike Green's long shot is stopped and covered by Corey Crawford to preserve the win. Hawks get their first victory of the preseason. 3-2 is your final.
I think the biggest thing is creating chances. If I keep getting chances like tonight, I'm gonna score quite a few goals. I think, and I just keep kicking pucks to the net and play simple. Try to use my speed, and I think I'm trying to learn this summer a little bit how to use it a little better, getting around defensemen. That seems to be working so far, and obviously we're not playing following HL teams right now. But no, it's nice to get a couple of goals and feel good about yourself and feeling good moving forward here.
Looks like hockey's going to be the only show on the West Side for a while. We have a developing story from the association. It is official. The NBA postponed training camps indefinitely, and they've canceled all preseason games scheduled from October 9th through October 15th. because the league has not yet reached a new labor deal with the players. The sting from last year's NFC title game still resonates within House Hall. On Sunday, the Bears and Packers meet again as Lovey's crew carrying the revenge factor to the lakefront. It took 3 weeks, but Notre Dame finally got in the win column last week. Now Brian Kelly has a better feel of where his team is at as they prep for Pitt tomorrow morning. The Hawks win their first preseason game of the year, and it's the youngster, Brandon Saad, who continues to impress. Chris Bowden has a full post-game report in just a bit. First, here's tonight's U.S. Cellular text message trivia question. We showed you Starlin Castro, the latest player with 200 hits plus in a season at the age of 21. We want to know who's the last 21-year-old with a 40 home run campaign. A-Rod, The Kid, Mel Ott, or Eddie Matthews. Text 12304 to 29653. Standard messaging rates apply. The answer a little bit later on in this edition of Sportsnet Central.
Sportsnet Central on Comcast Sportsnet is presented to you by GMC. We are professional grade.
GMC Truck Month. For all those times when it's just you and your trailer. For all those times when the job demands that you stay connected. For those times when nothing comes between you and the game. We offer our best Sierra ever. During GMC Truck Month, get 0% financing for 60 months, plus $1,000 cash allowance on Sierra, plus 1 year of SiriusXM satellite radio, including every NFL game.
Every game has a moment, frozen in time, that changes everything. Now, Coors Light is giving you and 3 friends the chance to experience that moment live. You could win your college dream game experience. Any game, anytime, any place. So for every game, pick up ice cold Coors Light for your chance to win. Coors Light, the game's most refreshing beer.
These obstacles are a challenge for any driver. But for the driver of a Lexus IS 250, the real challenge is doing it backwards. This is class-leading turning radius. This is precision you can feel. This is the Lexus IS. See your Chicago area and Northwest Indiana Lexus dealer.
Wow, what's that? Oh, it's the new. This just into the Comcast Sportsnet newsroom. The Bears are going to need a better effort from their offensive line if they hope to knock off the Pack this week. Now, not every one of the 6 sacks last week can be put on the young group. And while right tackle Gabe Carimi will be out and Frank Omiel steps in, the Bears know that injuries have hurt the O-line, but they're confident they can fix the issues for the Packers.
Well, obviously we have to communicate better and we have to get the job done. We have to block the guy in front of us, and it starts with us, and we're going to do a better job of that this week.
I mean, in an ideal world, of course, you want to go with, you want to get 5 offensive linemen in their position as soon as you can and let them grow together. But injuries are part of it. You set your roster up for that. I'm just glad that we had 2 good options in Chris Spencer first for Lance, and of course Frank Omiel for Gabe. So those guys.
They beat the Bears. So is Lovey's crew looking for payback this Sunday, or are they past that one and this is just the first of 3 divisional games in the next month?
Forget the past. Look what they've done this year. It'll be a big challenge for our guys. Are pretty excited about it.
No matter what time of the season it is, the Bears and Packers are all too familiar with the priority and pressure that comes from winning each meeting. The NFC title game in January might still be a sour memory for the Bears, but as far as this Sunday is concerned, it's another chance to make history.
We felt like we played good enough to win that game on defense. You know, we didn't. Obviously, we didn't make enough plays, but it's frustrating. You know, we get to where you get almost to your goal and then you just don't accomplish it. So, you know, congrats to them. They got it done. We didn't, but we have a chance to maybe make up for it, you know, this weekend. That won't be even close to the magnitude of that game.
We see them 2 to 3 times a year, you know, coming in. You know, I always thought this was a Super Bowl, you know, so this is a big game. It has a lot of history behind us, and it's going to be a good battle.
If we're on the same page, no matter what happens, we're able to get through that down, you know, and
and keep the offense from having big play on us. And that's something we've been working on is big plays. On defense, we're trying to make them grind it out. Trying to make them create that mistake so we can create a turnover and get the ball back to offense. So, with that, it all comes from communication.
Defensively, didn't play the way that we need to play in order to win games. And obviously you've seen the result. So, going against the Packers, you really have to be disciplined.
So with the defense needing to regain its power, a stronger commitment to the running game, and the O-line's ability to protect Jay Cutler, Lovie also wants to see special teams get involved again and create more opportunities with big returns.
We haven't gotten any production from our return. I'm talking punt return, kickoff return, but with Devin Hester, with the greatest return of all time back there, it's just a matter of time, and hopefully it'll be this week.
Let's hope so. As expected, Gabe Karimi officially ruled out for Sunday's game, along with Earl Bennett, Marion Barber, Chris Harris, Lance Lewis, Roy Williams, Major Wright, all listed as questionable. If Harris and Wright can't go, you just heard from Craig Steltz. He'll start at strong safety. Brandon Merriweather will start at free. While the Packers have 3 players out, including Nick Collins, who's done for the year, 9 Packers listed as questionable, including stars Clay Matthews, Charles Woodson, and Jermichael Finley. So to the college gridiron, the 1-2 Fighting Irish travel to Pitt tomorrow morning, looking to build off of last week's blowout win over Sparty. Well, that win was impressive. The Irish are still trying to correct sloppy mistakes that cost them in their losses to South Florida and Michigan. Brian Kelly believes the team is headed in the right direction.
All in all, the most important thing for us is that we continue to clean up the little things, because the big picture looks really good for me. And the big picture starts with, developing a toughness, a mentality, both on the offensive and defensive line. And we're seeing that through how we defend the run, how we've been able to run the ball more effectively. Those things are pretty clear to me.
Here are Ron Zook and the Fighting Illini look to go to 4-0 for the first time since 1951, their last national championship season. The last week's big win over 22nd ranked Arizona State. The Illini host Western Michigan tomorrow in Champaign. Should be an easy one. Zook says don't expect the Illini to have a letdown after last week.
These guys understand what's at stake, and where we're going, and all the things that, and if you truly want to be a top team, then you got to play every week, and I think that's part of maturity, that's part of growing up, it's part of leadership. I can assure you this: the coaches are working every bit as hard, maybe harder. But this is a good football team. This is not, this is not a team that, as I said, this team 2 years ago they beat us, 3 years ago they beat Iowa. So it's not like they're new to beating Big Ten teams.
All righty then. Victor Stahlberg's 2 third-period goals led the Blackhawks to their first preseason win of the year. Chris Bowden was at the United Center, and we'll have his post-game report. For the second straight week, home at Flossmoor played a ranked opponent. Sarah Kustok is prepping for the Week 5 edition of High School Lights in about 9 minutes.
There's luxury that lulls. And there's luxury that thrills. Infinity Inspired Performance. Visit the Infinity Limited Engagement Summer Event. Our inventory selection is outstanding. The best offers of the season are now available. Lease an Infinity G25 sedan for $319 per month or get 1.9% APR on all 2011 models.
Okay, kids, our cable will let us record one more show. Who should get it?
I really love Jennifer.
Yeah, she's great. Yeah. Kyle's got that thick head of hair.
And that should be rewarded.
Okay, moment of truth. On 3, say which kid you love the most.
Ooh, fun, yeah.
1, 2, 3,
Jennifer.
Jennifer.
Whoa.
Ah, she's so pretty.
Yeah.